Now, I've never actually read or listened to this book, so if I have commentary or ask questions, just know I'm this is the first time I'm hearing this. So I'm just letting you know up front. All right, let's go. Michael Jackson's Moonwalk book, I believe it was released in 1988, giving his story of his life. Again, chapter one, Just Kids with a Dream, Lego.
Moonwalk.
You hear that?
Chapter 1, Just Kids with a Dream. I've always wanted to be able to tell stories, stories that came from my soul. I'd like to sit by a fire and tell people stories, make them see pictures, make them cry and laugh, take them anywhere emotionally with something as deceptively simple as words. I'd like to tell tales to move their souls and transform them. I've always wanted to be able to do that. Imagine how the great writers must feel, knowing they have that power. I sometimes feel I could do it. It's something I'd like to develop. In a way, songwriting uses the same skills, creates the emotional highs and lows, but the story is a sketch. It's quicksilver. There are very few books written on the art of storytelling, how to grip listeners, how to get a group of people together and amuse them. No costumes, no makeup, no nothing, just you and your voice and your powerful ability to take them anywhere, to
Mm-hmm.
transform their lives, if only for minutes. As I begin to tell my story, I want to repeat what I usually say to people when they ask me about my earliest days with the Jackson 5. I was so little when we began to work on our music that I really don't remember much about it. Most
Hmm.
people have the luxury of careers that start when they're old enough to know exactly what they're doing and why, but of course, that wasn't true of me. They remember everything that happened to them, but I was only 5 years old. When you're a show business child, you really don't have the maturity to understand a great deal of what is going on around you. People
Mm.
make a lot of decisions concerning your life when you're out of the room. So here's what I remember. I remember singing at the top of my voice and dancing with real joy and working too hard for a child. Of course, there are
Mm.
many details I don't remember at all. I do remember the Jackson 5 really taking off when I was only 8 or 9. I was born in Gary, Indiana, on a late summer night in 1958. The
So I have a quick question for y'all, or anybody that watched this on playback, say it in the comments. Do you remember what is your first memory? Like, what is the very first memory you have in terms of being born? Like, I was just thinking about that the other day. I think the first memory I have goes back probably as early as 4, because my grandmom, my mom's mom, my grandmom, I know she passed in '95, and I was only 5. And I remember my grandmother. I remember visiting her, but I remember even prior to that, um, being in, I guess you would call it preschool. I remember going to the preschool. I remember what it looked like. I remember like at least some of the kids. So I can at least remember as early as 4. But that's the best I can do. But yeah, it's kind of trippy. Like Michael has all these videos of him being young, and he's like, I don't remember any of that because I was only 5. And the fact that you had a 5-year old, like really think about that. You had a 5-year old be the leader of a musical group, and it worked, and it was one of the most successful. Like, bruh, he was destined to do this. It was ordained for him to do it, even if he was pushed into it, even if yeah. Well, I'm not gonna go too crazy because I don't know what he's gonna say in here. So let me let me chill.
seventh of my parents' 9 children. My father, Joe Jackson, was born in Arkansas, and in 1949 he married my mother, Catherine Screws, whose people came from Alabama. My sister, Maureen, was born the following year and had the tough job of being the oldest. Jackie, Tito, Jermaine, Latoya, and Marlon were all next in line. Randy and Janet came after me. A part of my earliest memories is my father's job working in the steel mill. It was tough, mind-numbing work, and he played music for escape. At the same time, my mother was working in a department store. Because of my father, and because of my mother's own love of music, we heard it all the time at home. My father and his brother had a group called the Falcons, who were the local R&B band. My father played the guitar, as did his brother. They would do some of the great early rock and roll and blues songs by Chuck Berry, Little Richard, Otis Redding, you name it. All those styles were amazing, and each had an influence on Joe and on us, although we were too young to know it at the time. The Falcons practiced in the living room of our house in Gary, so I was raised on R&B. Since we were 9 kids and my father's brother had 8 of his own, our combined numbers made for a huge family. Music was what we did for entertainment, and those times helped keep us together and kind of encouraged my father to be a family-oriented man. The Jackson Five were
Okay.
born out of this tradition. We later became the Jacksons, and because of this training and musical tradition, I moved out on my own and established a sound that is mine. I remember my childhood as mostly work, even though I loved to sing. I wasn't forced into this business by stage parents the way Judy Garland was. I
Mm.
did it because I enjoyed it and because it was as natural to me as drawing a breath and exhaling it. I did it because I was compelled to do it, not my parents or family, but by my own inner life in the world of music. There were times, let me make that clear, when I'd come home from school and I'd only have time to put my books down and get ready for the studio. Once there, I'd sing until late at night, until it was past my bedtime, really. There was a park across the street from the Motown studio, and I can remember looking at those kids playing games. I'd just stare at them in wonder. I couldn't imagine such freedom, such a carefree life, and wish more than anything that I had that kind of freedom, that I could walk away and be like them. So there were sad moments in my childhood. It's true for any child star. Elizabeth Taylor told me she felt the same way. When you're young and you're working, the world can seem awfully unfair. I wasn't forced to be Little Michael, the lead singer. I did it and I loved it, but it was hard work. If we were doing an album, for example, we'd go off to the studio after school and I might or might not get a snack. Sometimes there just wasn't time. I'd come home exhausted and it'd be 11 or 12 and past time to go to bed. So I very much identify with anyone who worked as a child. I know how they struggled. I know what they sacrificed. I also know what they learned. I've learned that it becomes more of a challenge as one gets older. I
So I think this is an interesting what if. Shout out to Cat Sarah that just entered the chat. Um, yeah, it's an AI reading of AI Mike reading his own book. Yeah, and never listened to this, so this is be intriguing for me. But it's an intriguing what if in terms of I think people justify child stars working as hard as they do and saying, well, they would have never been as successful if they weren't pushed the way they were. And I beg to differ. I think people like Michael could have played in the at the playground, still performed or still rehearsed or still recorded at a high level. You have to give a child an ability to be a child. You just have to. I don't think they would have lost any hits. I don't think they would have been less successful had Michael or and his brothers had not performed as much or rehearsed as much. I just don't believe that. I just don't believe that. I just don't believe it. I think you can still put in the work. You can still, you know, rehearse and all that, and you can still have a balance because who is to say that if they weren't given the ability to have more of an outlet to not work, that maybe they could have even performed better? Who is to say? Because you do need, nobody can work all the time, especially as a child. Like, I just don't, I just think, I understand Michael not wanting to be like, oh, I loved it, da 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 da, but hey, it needed to be done or whatever. Like, I understand Michael's justification of it, but I still think he would have been as successful if he was given time to be a child. I truly do. I don't think he would have had to sacrifice anything. I don't think success would have been sacrificed at all. Like, he still could have sung tweety tweety, like it still would have been fine. So, but I wonder, like, my question is, do you think had he was given what would have happened to Michael Jackson if he was given a true childhood? Would he have been as successful? What would his outlook on life be if he was given a proper childhood? Because I think a lot of reason why Michael loved kids the way he did was because he knows the pain of not getting proper. I don't know what's the word. Just be given the opportunity to truly have a childhood the way most children do if they're raised properly. Like, I think that's probably the biggest what if of Michael is what if he was actually given a childhood? How different would he have been? His music would have been, his outlook on life would have been. How different would it have been? So,
I feel old for some reason. I really feel like an old soul, someone who's seen a lot and experienced a lot. Because of all the years I've clocked in, it's hard for me to accept that I am only 29. I've been in the business for 24 years. Sometimes I feel like I should be near the end of my life, turning 80, with people patting me on the back. That's what comes from starting so young. When
wow.
I first performed with my brothers, we were known as the Jacksons. We would later become the Jackson Five. Still later, after we left Motown, we would reclaim the Jacksons' name again. Every one of my albums, or the group's albums, has been dedicated to our mother, Katherine Jackson, since we took over our own careers and began to produce our own music. My first memories are of her holding me and singing songs like You Are My Sunshine and Cotton Fields. She sang to me and to my brothers and sisters often. Even though she had lived in Indiana for some time, my mother grew up in Alabama, and in that part of the country it was just as common for black people to be raised with country and western music on the radio as it was for them to hear spirituals in church. She likes Willie Nelson to this day. She has always had a beautiful voice, and I suppose I got my singing ability from my mother and, of course, from God. Mom played the clarinet and the
So
piano.
not your father? Like, your father was in a group. Well, yeah, I got my singing ability from my mother in God. Like, Joe Jackson was like, okay. I don't know if that was shade or not, but I'm gonna take it as shade. I want to take it as shade. I'm gonna take it as shade.
Which she taught my oldest sister Maureen, whom we call Rebby, to play, just as she'd teach my other older sister Latoya. My mother knew from an early age that she would never perform the music she loved in front of others, not because she didn't have the talent and the ability, but because she was crippled by polio as a child. She got over the disease, but not without a permanent limp in her walk. She had to miss a great deal of school as a child, but she told us that she was lucky to recover at a time when many died from the disease. I remember how important it was to her that we got the sugar cube vaccine. She even made us miss a youth club show one Saturday afternoon. That's how important it was in our family. My mother knew her polio was not a curse, but a test that God gave her to triumph over, and she instilled in me a love of him that I will always have. She taught me that my talent for singing and dancing was as much God's work as a beautiful sunset or a storm that left snow for children to play in. Despite all the time we spent rehearsing and traveling, Mom would find time to take me to the Kingdom Hall of the Jehovah's Witnesses, usually with Rebby and Latoya. Years later, after we had left Gary, we performed on the Ed Sullivan Show, the live Sunday night variety show where America first saw the Beatles, Elvis and Sly, and the Family Stone. After the show, Mr. Sullivan complimented and thanked each of us, but I was thinking about what he had said to me before the show. I had been wandering around backstage like the kid in the Pepsi commercial and ran into Mr. Sullivan. He seemed glad to see me and shook my hand, but before he let it go, he had a special message for me. It was 1970, a year when some of the best people in rock were losing their lives to drugs and alcohol. An older, wiser generation in show business was unprepared to lose its very young. Some people had already said that I reminded them of Frankie Lyman, a great young singer of the 1950s who lost his life that way. Ed Sullivan may have been thinking of all this when he told me, "Never forget where your talent came from, that your talent is a gift from God." I was grateful for his kindness, but I could have told him that my mother had never let me forget. I never had polio, which is a frightening thing for a dancer to think about, but I knew God had tested me and my brothers and sisters in other ways. Our large family, our tiny house, the small amount of money we had to make ends meet, even the jealous kids in the neighborhood who threw rocks at our windows while we rehearsed, yelling that we'd never make it. When I think of my mother in our early years, I can tell you there are rewards that go far beyond money and public acclaim and awards. My mother was a great provider. If she found out that one of us had an interest in something, she would encourage it if there was any possible way. If I had developed an interest in movie stars, for instance, she'd come home with an armful of books about famous stars. Even with 9 children, she treated each of us like an only child.
Wow.
There isn't one of us who's ever forgotten what a hard worker and great provider she was. It's an old story. Every child thinks their mother is the greatest mother in the world, but we Jacksons never lost that feeling.
Yes. Shout out to my mama Hayes. She is the best mother in the world. Just want to put that out there. All right.
Because of Catherine's gentleness, warmth, and attention, I can't imagine what it must be like to grow up without a mother's love.
Yeah.
One thing I know about children is that if they don't get the love they need from their parents, they'll get it from someone else and cling to that person, a grandparent, anyone. We never had to look for anyone else with my mother around. The lessons she taught us were invaluable. Kindness, love, and consideration for other people headed her list. Don't hurt people. Never beg, never freeload. Those were sins at our house. She always wanted us to give, but she never wanted us to ask or beg. That's the way she is. I remember a good story about my mother that illustrates her nature. One day, back in Gary when I was real little, this man knocked on everybody's door early in the morning. He was bleeding so badly you could see where he'd been around the neighborhood. No one would let him in. Finally, he got to our door and he started banging and knocking. Mother let him in at once. Now, most people would have been too afraid to do that, but that's my mother. I can remember waking up and finding blood on our floor. I wish we could all be more like Mum. The earliest memories I have of my father are of him coming home from the steel mill with a big bag of glazed donuts for all of us.
That's funny. That voice change is hilarious. That sounds like old Michael. That sounds like post-history Michael. That's hilarious. I'm sorry. That threw me off guard for a little bit. But yeah, actually, I heard this story about the guy knocking on the door and his mom letting him in. Again, it's on the Michael Jackson Memoir Lost Tapes. I can only put it on Patreon because they will not allow me to put it on YouTube. So go check that video out on Patreon. But yeah. And Catherine, by the way, Catherine is still going today. I think she just turned like 90. It's like, what? Like I think she's like 90, no, I think she's even older than that. Yeah, I think she just turned 90 something. Like, Catherine is still kicking, bro. Like, that's crazy.
He was bleeding so badly you could see where he'd been around the neighborhood. No one would let him in. Finally, he got to our door and he started banging and knocking. Mother let him in at once. Now, most people would have been too afraid to do that, but that's my mother. I can remember waking up and finding blood on our floor. I wish we could all be more like Mum. The earliest memories I have of my father are of him coming home from the steel mill with a big bag of glazed donuts for all of us. My brothers and I could really eat back then, and that bag would disappear with a snap of the fingers. He used to take us all to the merry-go-round in the park, but I was so young I don't remember that very well. My father has always been something of a mystery to me, and he knows it. One of the few things I regret most is never being able to have a real closeness with him. He built a shell around himself over the years, And once he stopped talking about our family business, he found it hard to relate to us. We'd all be together and he'd just leave the room. Even today, it's hard for him to touch on father and son stuff because he's too embarrassed. When I see that he is, I become embarrassed too. My father did always protect us, and that's no small feat. He always tried to make sure people didn't cheat us. He looked after our interests in the best ways. He might have made a few mistakes along the way, but he always thought he was doing what was right for his family. And of course, most of what my father helped us accomplish was wonderful and unique, especially in regard to our relationships with companies and people in the business. I'd say we were among a fortunate few artists who walked away from a childhood in the business with anything substantial money, real estate, other investments. My father set all these up for us. He looked out for both our interests and his. To this day, I'm so thankful he didn't try to take all our money for himself the way so many parents of child stars have. Imagine stealing from your own children. My father never did anything like that. But I still don't know him, and that's sad for a son who hungers to understand his own father. He's still a mystery man to me, and he may always be one. What I got from
That wow. Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Yeah, but that also is true that most a lot you have a lot of stories. Macaulay Culkin, um, he's just the first person that comes to mind. There are like a lot of them to where the parents steal from the children. Gary Coleman, infamously. Oh my God, man. Yeah, Gary Coleman. Like I don't know how you could. I don't know how you could be a human being living and treat your child that way to rob your own child. And the fact that Michael's like, well, he didn't steal from us, but I still don't know him. Like, damn. That yeah, that's crazy. Like, that's deep. Like, I think also that shapes who Michael became. Like the thing with, I'm not trying to get super. I think the reason why Michael sought validation a lot from children and from others is because he never truly got that validation from his father. He got it from his mother, but never got it from his father. And because he never got it from his father, that's why he looks so much to kids and to get validation from others because he never got to truly know and feel love from his father. That's just me though. I ain't trying to play, you know, Dr. Phil, nothing. Well, I don't think Dr. Phil's even a real. But anyway, you know what I'm trying to say. So,
my father wasn't necessarily God-given, though the Bible says you reap what you sow.
talk about it.
When we were coming along, Dad said that in a different way, but the message was just as clear. You could have all the talent in the world, but if you didn't prepare and plan, it wouldn't do you any good. Joe Jackson had always loved singing and music as much as my mother did, but he also knew there was a world beyond Jackson Street. I wasn't old enough to remember his band, the Falcons, but they came over to our house to rehearse on weekends. The music took them away from their jobs at the steel mill where Dad drove a crane. The Falcons would play all over town and in clubs and colleges around northern Indiana and Chicago. At the rehearsals at our house, Dad would bring his guitar out of the closet and plug it into the amp he kept in the basement. He'd always loved rhythm and blues, and that guitar was his pride and joy. The closet where the guitar was kept was considered an almost sacred place. Needless to say, it was off limits to us kids. Dad didn't go to Kingdom Hall with us, but both Mom and Dad knew that music was a way of keeping our family together in a neighborhood where gangs recruited kids my brother's ages. The three oldest boys would always have an excuse to around when the Falcons came over. Dad let them think they were being given a special treat by being allowed to listen, but he was actually eager to have them there. Tito watched everything that was going on with the greatest...
I will say this about Joe Jackson. I usually don't give him a lot of praise, but the fact that he was able to keep his kids from gangs, which is very hard to do, especially when you're in a certain environment, the fact that he was able to keep them away or protect them, and you listen to all the kids in that family, they're like, no, we ain't want nothing to do with that. Like it does show that they did it. Him and Catherine did a great job of instilling certain discipline and morals into them and not allowing them to be followers. A lot of people join certain things not only because they're looking for, validation from something else, but they want to be a follower and they want to, do certain things. So I do gotta commend Joe Jackson again. That might be the last compliment he gets today, but I do gotta commend him for that as well.
interest. He'd taken saxophone in school, but he could tell his hands were big enough to grab the chords and slip the riffs that my father played. It made sense that he'd catch on, because Tito looked so much like my father that we all expected him to share Dad's talents. The extent of the resemblance was scary as he got older. Maybe my father noticed Tito's zeal because he laid down rules for all my brothers. No one was to touch the guitar while he was out. Period. Therefore, Jackie, Tito, and Jermaine were careful to see that Mom was in the kitchen when they borrowed the guitar. They were also careful not to make any noise while removing it. They would then go back to our room and put on the radio or the little portable record player so they could play along. Tito would hoist the guitar onto his belly as he sat on the bed and prop it up. He took turns with Jackie and Jermaine, and they'd all try the scales they were learning in school, as well as try to figure out how to get the green onions part they'd hear on the radio. By now, I was old enough to sneak in and watch if I promised not to tell. One day, Mom finally caught them, and we were all worried. She scolded the boys, but said she wouldn't tell Dad as long as we were careful.
Shout
She
to
knew
Mama.
that guitar was keeping them from running with a bad crowd and maybe getting beat up, so she wasn't about to take away anything that kept them within arm's reach. Of course, something had to give sooner or later, and one day a string broke. My brothers panicked. There wasn't time to get it repaired before Dad came home, and besides, none of us knew how to go about getting it fixed. My brothers never figured out what to do, so they put the guitar back in the closet and hoped fervently that my father would think it broke by itself. Of course, Dad didn't buy that, and he was furious. My sisters told me to stay out of it and keep a low profile. I heard Tito crying after Dad found out, and I went to investigate, of course. Tito was on his bed crying when Dad came back and motioned for him to get up. Tito was scared, but my father just stood there, holding his favorite guitar. He gave Tito a hard, penetrating look and said, "Let me see what you can do." My brother pulled himself together and started to play a few runs he had, taught himself. When my father saw how well Tito could play, he knew he'd obviously been practicing, and he realized that Tito and the rest of us didn't treat his favorite guitar as if it were a toy. It became clear to him that what had happened had been only an accident. At this point, my mother stepped in and voiced her enthusiasm for our musical ability. She told him that we boys had talent and he should listen to us. She kept pushing for us. So one day he began to listen, and he liked what he heard. Tito, Jackie, and Jermaine started rehearsing together in earnest.
So I guess you just skipped over the part where Tito got beat. Okay, we're not gonna talk about that. All right, this is still like '80s, so I don't think Michael. I think Latoya is the one that revealed that they used to get beat. Okay, cool. All right, I was just wondering if he was going to put that in there. But while he was talking, I was trying to think of. I've only gotten 2 beatings from my father. Only 2. One, I got eventually tell this story. It's too much. One is when I stole money from his wallet, and 2 is when I almost burnt the house down. I think I said this in the previous video. I eventually got to tell that story. I can't do it right now. It still got PTSD. But yeah, I only got 2 beatings from my father, because my father was not really the disciplinarian in my. Well, there's only me, my mom, and my dad. My father wasn't really the disciplinarian. He was usually the one. When my mom would say, "Wait till your father get home," it would be more of a giving me a speech. It wasn't a "wait till your father get home so he can beat you," because my mom already did that. So my mom was usually the one to be the disciplinarian until she got older and found Jesus, thank God, and she stopped beating me. But yeah, my father wasn't really the disciplinarian. He was more of the giving me a speech about what you're supposed to do and how you need to be the man of the house when I'm gone, and you gotta take care of yourself. Remember that you're still a black man. Da, 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 da. So Thank God for my dad, because I still feel those two beatings like it was yesterday, and I was like 9 and probably like 10. So yeah, thank God that he only beat me like twice, at least for what I remember. But yeah, so just to let you know, it's not just a Joe Jackson thing. Like some households, you know, it's that's how you're raised. I don't know if once I ever have children, if I could ever beat my kids. I just don't know if I can do it. Like maybe it's a slap on the hand or something like that. But I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I'm gangster enough to do that. Like I might shake them a little bit, but I don't know if I'm gangster enough to like actually beat them. Like I think there are other ways to instill in a child like when they have done wrong. I think today, especially in today's time, if you take away like a device from them or turn off Wi-Fi, they'll get right. But we'll see. Hopefully, one day I'll have some kids, and we'll have to test out the theory of not beating your kids. We'll see.
A couple of years later, when I was about 5, Mom pointed out to my father that I was a good singer and could play the bongos. I became a member of the group. About then, my father
He
decided
was
that what
Randy
was
before
happening
Randy.
in his family was serious. Gradually, he began spending less time with the Falcons and more with us. We'd just woodshed together, and he'd give us some tips and teach us techniques on the guitar. Marlon and I weren't old enough to play, but we'd watch when my father rehearsed the older boys, and we were learning when we watched. The ban on using Dad's guitar still held when he wasn't around, but my brothers loved using it when they could. The house on Jackson Street was bursting with music. Dad and Mom had paid for music lessons for Rebby and Jackie when they were little kids, so they had a good background. The rest of us had music class and band in the Gary schools, but no amount of practice was enough to harness all that energy. The Falcons were still earning money, however infrequent their gigs, and that extra money was important to us. It was enough to keep food on the table for a growing family, but not enough to give us things that weren't necessary. Mom was working part-time at Sears. Dad was still working the mill jobs,
Oh, y'all
and no
remember
one was going
Sears?
hungry. But I
Yo,
think looking
shout out to
back,
Sears. Yo, Sears used to get me right before school started, bro. Shout out to Sears, bro. Sears in Value City. What you talking about?
that things must have seemed one big dead end. One day, Dad was late coming home, and Mom began to get worried. By the time he arrived, she was ready to give him a piece of her mind, something we boys didn't mind witnessing once in a while just to see if he could take it like he dished it out. But when he poked his head through the door, he had a mischievous look on his face, and he was hiding something behind his back. We were all shocked when he produced a gleaming red guitar, slightly smaller than the one in the closet. We were all hoping this meant we'd get the old one. But Dad said the new guitar was Tito's. We gathered around to admire it, while Dad told Tito he had to share it with anyone who would practice. We were not to take it to school to show it off. This was a serious present, and that day was a momentous occasion for the Jackson family. Mom was happy for us, but she also knew her husband. She was more aware than we of the big ambitions and plans he had for us. He'd begun talking to her at night after we kids were asleep. He had dreams, and those dreams didn't stop with one guitar. Pretty soon we were dealing with equipment, not just gifts. Jermaine got a bass and an amp. There were shakers for Jackie. Our bedroom and living room began to look like a music store. Sometimes I'd hear Mom and Dad fight when the subject of money was brought up, because all those instruments and accessories meant having to go without a little something we needed each week. Dad was persuasive, though, and he didn't miss a trick. We even had microphones in the house. They seemed like a real luxury at the time, especially to a woman who was trying to stretch a very small budget. But I've come to realize that having those microphones in our house wasn't just an attempt to keep up with the Joneses or anyone else in amateur night competitions. They were there to help us prepare. I saw people at
Like seriously though, like how did Joe Jackson come up with all that money? Like he had how many kids? He had like at least 7, 8, 9 kids. He was still. How did he do that, bro? Like seriously, how did he do that? Like I don't think it was ever truly like truly talked about how was you able to do that, bro? I'm not trying to snitch it out. I don't know what he was doing, but like I know he was working at the steel mill and all that. But bro, how was he able to afford to feed the kids, still have money for equipment, all that? I don't know. I was just putting the question out there. I don't expect y'all to say anything, but I'm just saying that's kind of crazy. I don't know how he was able to do that, bro. Unless he was paying bookies or something like gambling or something. Like I don't know how he did that, dog.
Talent shows who probably sounded great at home clam up the moment they got in front of a microphone. Others
Mm.
started screaming their songs like they wanted to prove they didn't need the mics. They didn't have the advantage that we did, an advantage that only experience can give you. I think it probably made some people jealous because they could tell our expertise with the mics gave us an edge. If that was true, we made so many sacrifices in free time, schoolwork, and friends that no one had the right to be jealous. We were becoming very good, but we were working like people twice our age. While I was watching my older brothers, including Marlon on the bongo drums, Dad got a couple of young guys named Johnny Jackson and Randy Rancifer to play trap drums and organ. Motown would later claim they were our cousins, but that was just an embellishment from the PR people who wanted to make us
Did he say trap drums? No, run that back. Hold on. Wait, what? Hold on. You said trap drums?
guys named Johnny Jackson and Randy Rancifer to play trap drums and organ. Motown would later claim they were our cousins,
All right.
but that was just an embellishment from the PR
Let me
people.
find out there was trap drums in like '68. Yeah, what would trap even sound like in '68? That would be if somebody's out there, if somebody hears this, somebody recreate. I think it probably already is. Recreate what trap would sound like in '68 or '67 or like in the '60s. I'll be intrigued to hear that because there's no such thing as anything new. Everything we're doing now has already been done. It just hasn't seen a light of day. Like as soon as we think, oh, that's something new, it's not really new. It's already been done. So I wouldn't be shocked if there was trap in the '60s.
Who wanted to make us seem like one big family. We had become a real band. I was like a sponge watching everyone and trying to learn everything I could. I was totally absorbed when my brothers were rehearsing or playing at charity events or shopping centers. I was most fascinated when watching Jermaine because he was the singer at the time and he was a big brother to me. Marlon was too close to me in age for that. It was Jermaine who would walk me to kindergarten and whose clothes would be handed down to me. When he did something, I tried to imitate him. When I was successful at it, my brothers and Dad would laugh, but when I began singing, they listened. I was singing in a baby voice then and just imitating sounds. I was so young I didn't know what many of the words meant, but the more I sang, the better I got. I always knew how to dance. I would watch Marlon's moves because Jermaine had the big bass to carry, but also because I could keep up with Marlon, who was only a year older than me. Soon I was doing most of the singing at home and preparing to join my brothers in public. Through our rehearsals, we were all becoming aware of our particular strengths and weaknesses as members of the group, and the shift in responsibilities was happening naturally. Our family's house in Gary was tiny, only 3 rooms really, but at the time it seemed much larger to me. When you're that young, the whole world seems so huge that a little room can seem 4 times its size. When we went back to Gary years later, we were all surprised at how tiny that house was. I had remembered it as being large, but you could take 5 steps from the front door and you'd be out the back. It was really no bigger than a garage, but when we lived there, it seemed fine to us kids. You see things from such a different perspective when you're young. Our school days in Gary are a blur for me. I vaguely remember being dropped off in front of my school on the first day of kindergarten, and I clearly remember having it. I didn't want my mother to leave me, naturally, and I didn't want to be there. In time, I adjusted, as all
Got to
kids
be
do,
there.
and I grew
Got
to love
to be there in the morning. Okay, my bad. Go ahead.
my teachers, especially the women. They were always very sweet to us, and they just loved me. Those teachers were so wonderful. I'd be promoted from one grade to the next, and they'd all cry and hug me and tell me how much they hated to see me leave their classes. I was so crazy about my teachers that I'd steal my mother's jewelry and give it to them as presents. They'd be very
What?
touched, but eventually my mother found out about it and put an end to my generosity with her things. That urge that I had to give them something in return for all I was receiving was a measure of how much I loved them at that school. One day, in the first grade, I participated in a program that was put on before the whole school. Every one of us in each class had to do something, so I went home and discussed it with my parents. We decided I should wear black pants and a white shirt and sing Climb Every Mountain from The Sound of Music. When I finished that song, the reaction in the auditorium overwhelmed me. The applause was thunderous and people were smiling. Some of them were standing. My teachers were crying and I just couldn't believe it. I had made them all happy. It was such a great feeling. I felt a little confused too because I didn't do anything special. I was just singing the way I sang at home every night. When you're performing, you don't realize what you sound like or how you're coming across. You just open your mouth and sing. Soon Dad was grooming us for talent contests. He was a great trainer and he spent a lot of money and time working with us. Talent is something that God gives to a performer, but our Father taught us how to cultivate it. I think we also had a certain instinct for show business. We loved to perform and we put everything we had into it. He'd sit at home with us every day after school and rehearse us. We'd perform for him and he'd critique us. If you messed up, you got hit, sometimes with a belt, sometimes with a switch. My father was real strict with us, real strict. Marlon was the one who got in trouble all the time. On the other hand, I'd get beaten for things that happened mostly outside rehearsal. Dad would make me so mad and hurt that I'd try to get back at him and get beaten all the more. I'd take a shoe and throw it at him, or I'd just fight back, swinging my fists. That's why I got it more than all my brothers combined. I would fight back and my father would kill me, just tear me up. Mother told me I'd fight back even when I was very little, but I don't remember that.
I don't think I'm trying to remember. Have I ever fought back? I don't think of. Oh wow. There is one. You know what? I lied. I have. There's one time I fought back, and I pushed my mom into a wall. And when I tell you my dad, that's why I can remember because my dad hit me with a. When I tell you my dad hit me with a karate chop, like I dead it. He hit me with a karate chop on the top of my head, and I damn near blocked out. So I lied. There's only 3 times that my dad ever hit me, and that was one because I disrespected my mom. But my mom was on my I forget what I did. I probably did something stupid, but my mom was on my body. I was like, "Yo, okay, you need to get off me now. You need to chill." So yeah, hot damn. Whew, I forgot about that. That's crazy. Um, yeah, I wouldn't. I never did that again. I never did that again.
I do remember running under tables to get away from him and making him angrier. We had a turbulent relationship. Most of the time, however, we just rehearsed. We always rehearsed. Sometimes late at night we'd have time to play games or with our toys. There might be a game of hide and go seek or we'd jump rope, but that was about it. The majority of our time was spent working. I clearly remember running into the house with my brothers when my father came home because we'd be in big trouble if we weren't ready to start rehearsals on time. Through all this, my mother was completely supportive. She had been the one who first recognized our talent, and she continued to help us realize our potential. It's hard to imagine that we would have gotten where we did without her love and good humor. She worried about the stress we were under and the long hours of rehearsal, but we wanted to be the best we could be, and we really loved music. Music was important in Gary. We had our own radio stations and nightclubs, and there was no shortage of people who wanted to be on them. After Dad ran our Saturday afternoon rehearsals, he'd go see a local show or even drive all the way to Chicago to see someone perform. He was always watching for things that could help us down the road. He'd come home and tell us what he'd seen and who was doing what. He kept up on all the latest stuff, whether it was a local theater that ran contests we could enter or a Cavalcade of Stars show with great acts whose clothes or moves we might adapt. Sometimes I wouldn't see Dad until I got back from Kingdom Hall on Sundays. But as soon as I ran into the house, he'd be telling me what he'd seen the night before. He'd assure me I could dance on one leg like James Brown if I'd only try this step. There I'd be, fresh out of church and back in show business. We started collecting trophies with our act when I was 6. Our lineup was set. The group featured me at second from the left and Jackie on my right. Tito and his guitar took stage right with Marlon next to him. Jackie was getting tall and he towered over Marlon and me. We kept that setup for contest after contest and it worked well. While other groups we'd meet would fight among themselves and quit, we were becoming more polished and experienced.
I do love that lineup. Like, it's a perfect lineup of Tito and Jermaine on the end with the guitars, the little ones, Michael and Marlon in the middle, and Jackie in the middle of all of them. Like, the lineup of that is so perfect. Like, that was so great that they did that. Like, it's iconic. Like, when you don't see it, when Jermaine leaves, and I'm trying to remember what's the lineup when Jermaine leaves. I think they put Tito. What did they do with the lineup when Jermaine leaves? I don't remember. I think they keep it the same, but Tito is now Jermaine. I think Randy's on the other side. But anyway, it looks so weird when Jermaine is gone.
And Gary, who came regularly to see the talent shows, got to know us, so we would try to top ourselves and surprise them. We didn't want them to begin to feel bored by our act. We knew change was always good, that it helped us grow, so we were never afraid of it. Winning an amateur night or talent show in a 10-minute, 2-song set took as much energy as a 90-minute concert. I'm convinced that because there's no room for mistakes, your concentration burns you up inside more on 1 or 2 songs than it does when you have the luxury of 12 or 15 in a set. These talent shows were our professional education. Sometimes we'd drive hundreds of miles to do 1 song or 2 and hope the crowd wouldn't be against us because we weren't local talent. We were competing against people of all ages and skills, from drill teams to comedians to other singers and dancers like us. We had to grab that audience and keep it. Nothing was left to chance. So clothes, shoes, hair, everything had to be the way Dad planned it. We really looked amazingly professional. After all this planning, if we performed the songs the way we rehearsed them, the awards would take care of themselves. This was true even when we were in the Wallace High part of town, where the neighborhood had its own performers and cheering sections, and we were challenging them right in their own backyards. Naturally, local performers always had their own very loyal fans, so whenever we went off our turf and onto someone else's, it was very hard. When the master of ceremonies held his hand over our heads for the applause meter, we wanted to make sure that the crowd knew we had given them more than anyone else. As players, Jermaine, Tito, and the rest of us were under tremendous pressure. Our manger was the kind who reminded us that James Brown would fine his famous flames if they missed a cue or bent a note during a performance. As lead singer, I felt I, more than the others, couldn't afford an off night. I can remember being on stage at night after being sick in bed all day. It was hard to concentrate at those times, yet I knew all the things my brothers and I had to do so well that I could have performed the routines in my sleep. At times like that, I had to remind myself not to look in the crowd for someone I knew, or at the MC, both of which can distract a young performer. We did songs that people knew from the radio, or songs that my father knew were already classics. If you messed up, you heard about it because the fans knew those songs and they knew how they were supposed to sound. If you
Tell me why I thought Michael was going to. Tell me why I thought Michael was going to say, after he said James Brown started finding his band members, that Michael, like, well, in honor of James, if when my brothers did not stay in line, I started finding them for not being on point. Oh, like, don't ask me why I thought Michael was going to say that. Like, there's no way he was going to do that. But in my brain, Michael wanted to do that. Like, come on, Marlon, get the turn right. Come on, that's $5. That's 5 candy bars. Yo, all the while, there's something wrong with me. Don't mind me, yo.
going to change an arrangement, it needed to sound better than the original. We won the citywide talent show when I was 8 with our version of the Temptations song My Girl. The contest was held just a few blocks away at Roosevelt High. From Jermaine's opening bass notes and Tito's first guitar licks to all of us singing the chorus, we had people on their feet for the whole song. Jermaine and I traded verses while Marlon and Jackie spun like tops. It was a wonderful feeling for all of us to pass that trophy, our biggest yet, back and forth between us. Eventually it was propped on the front seat like a baby, and we drove home with Dad telling us, when you do it like you did tonight, they can't not give it to you. We were now Gary City champions, and Chicago was our next target because it was the area that offered the steadiest work and the best word of mouth for miles and miles. We began to plan our strategy in earnest. My father's group played the Chicago sound of Muddy Waters and Howlin' Wolf, but he was open-minded enough to see that the more upbeat, slicker sounds that appealed to us kids had a lot to offer. We were lucky because some people his age weren't that hip. In fact, we knew musicians who thought the 60s sound was beneath people their age, but not Dad. He recognized great singing when he heard it, even telling us that he saw the great doo-wop group from Gary, the Spaniels, when they were stars not that much older than we. When Smokey Robinson of the Miracles sang a song like Tracks of My Tears or Ooh, Baby, Baby, he'd be listening as hard as we were. The 60s didn't leave Chicago behind musically. Great singers like the Impressions with Curtis Mayfield, Jerry Butler, Major Lance, and Tyrone Davis were playing all over the city at the same places we were. At this point, my father was managing us full-time, with only a part-time shift at the mill. Mom had some doubts about the soundness of this decision, not because she didn't think we were good, but because she didn't know anyone else who was spending the majority of his time trying to break his children into the music business. She was even less thrilled when Dad told her he had booked us as a regular act at Mr. Lucky's, a Gary night spot. We were being forced to spend our weekends in Chicago and other places trying to win an ever-increasing number of amateur shows, and these trips were expensive. So the job at Mr. Lucky's was a way to make it all possible. Mom was surprised at the response we were getting, and she was very pleased with the awards and the attention, but she worried about us a lot. She worried about me because of my age. This is quite a life for a 9-year-old, she would say, staring intently at my father. I don't know what my brothers and I expected, but the nightclub crowds weren't the same as the Roosevelt High crowds. We were playing between bad comedians, cocktail organists, and strippers. With my witness upbringing, Mom was concerned that I was hanging out with the wrong people and getting introduced to things I'd be better off learning much later in life. She didn't have to worry. Just one look at some of those strippers wasn't going to get me that interested in trouble, certainly not at 9 years old. That was an awful way to live, though, and it made us all the more determined to move on up the circuit and as far away from that life as we could go. Being at Mr. Lucky's meant that for the first time in our lives we had a whole show to do, 5 sets a night, 6 nights a week. And if Dad could get us something out of town for the 7th night, he was going to do it. We were working hard, but the bar crowds weren't bad to us. They liked James Brown and Sam and Dave just as much as we did, and besides, we were something extra that came free with the drinking and the carrying on. So they were surprised and cheerful. We even had some fun with them on one number, the Joe Tex song, Skinny Legs and All. We'd start the song, and somewhere in the middle, I'd go out into the audience, crawl under the tables, and pull up the ladies' skirts to look under. People would throw money as
I'm sorry. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. I'm sorry. I beg your pardon, Michael? You did what now? I'm sorry, you got to run that back. You got to run that back for me. You did what now?
So they were surprised and cheerful. We even had some fun with them on one number, the Joe Tex song, Skinny Legs and All. We'd start the song, and somewhere in the middle, I'd go out into the audience, crawl under the tables, and pull up the ladies' skirts to look under.
Yeah, that's what I thought you said. You did what? Michael, you bugging, but you talking about, oh, I didn't want to see no strippers, though. All right, Michael. Okay. All right. All right, Michael. You got it. I ain't going to. You can have that. That's not even what I'm mad at. You got it. You got it, big dog.
Scurried by, and when I began to dance, I'd scoop up all the dollars and
Yeah.
coins that had hit the floor earlier and push them into the pockets of my jacket. I wasn't really nervous when we began playing in because of all the experience I'd had with talent show audiences. I was always ready to go out and perform, just do it, sing and dance and have some fun. We worked in more than one club that had strippers in those days. I used to stand in the wings of this one place in Chicago and watch a lady whose name was Mary Rose. I must have been 9 or 10. This girl would take off her clothes and her panties and throw them to the audience. The men would pick them up and sniff them and yell. My brothers and I would be watching all this, taking it in, and my father wouldn't mind. We were exposed to a lot doing that kind of circuit.
Yeah.
In one place, they had cut a little hole in the musician's dressing room wall that also happened to act as a wall in the ladies' bathroom. You could peek through this
Bruh.
hole, and I saw stuff I've never forgotten. Guys on that circuit were so wild. They did stuff like drilling little holes into the walls of the ladies' loo all the time. Of course, I'm sure that my brothers and I were fighting over who got to look through the hole. Get out of the way, it's my turn.
Again, Michael. Man, they love the strippers. Yeah, I love the strippers. Yo, that's crazy. That's wild. Y'all are yo. The industry, yo. That's yo. Yo. They was wilding. They were bugging. They was bugging. They bugging. They was bugging. They was bugging. I'll try. I ain't gonna hold you. The ages is giving the ages he's giving at specific times are a little off. Possibly, it's possible. It's possible. But I tried to I tried to get into strip clubs. Couldn't do it. Like I just like so. Let me get this straight. You want me to give you money? Oh, you want me to give my money to you? So do you can tease me all night? That's what I'm understanding. I just never understood it. Now there have been some very entertaining strippers I've seen throughout my day, but I never got it. Like I'm not, eh, like I just never got it. But I don't judge people that do. People that love strip clubs, shout out to y'all, man. Good on y'all. But I never got to see. But poking holes through walls, bro. Y'all wilding, bro.
Pushing each other away to make room for ourselves. Later, when we did the Apollo Theater in New York, I saw something that really blew me away because I didn't know things like that existed. I had seen quite a few strippers, but that night, this one girl with gorgeous eyelashes and long hair came out and did her routine. She put on a great performance. All of a sudden, at the end, she took off her wig, pulled a pair of big oranges out of her bra,
What?
and revealed that she was a hard-faced guy under all that makeup. That blew me away.
All right.
I was only a child and couldn't even conceive of anything like that. But I looked out at the theater audience and they were going for it, applauding
Yo,
wildly,
them waitresses at the strip clubs though, son. Okay, yeah.
cheering. I'm just a little kid standing in the wings watching this crazy stuff. I was blown away. As I said, I received quite an education as a child. More than most. Perhaps this freed me to concentrate on other aspects of my life as an adult. One day, not long after we'd been doing successfully in Chicago clubs, Dad brought home a tape of some songs we'd never heard before. We were accustomed to doing popular stuff off the radio, so we were curious why he began playing these songs over and over again. Just one guy singing none too well with some guitar chords in the background. Dad told us that the man on the tape wasn't really a performer, but a songwriter who owned a recording studio in Gary. His name was Mr. Keith, and he had given us a week to practice his songs to see if we could make a record out of them. Naturally, we were excited. We wanted to make a record, any record. We worked strictly on the sound, ignoring the dancing routines we'd normally work up for a new song. It wasn't as much fun to do a song that none of us knew, but we were already professional enough to hide our disappointment and give it all we could. When we were ready, and felt we had done our best with the material, Dad got us on tape after a few false starts, and more than a few pep talks, of course. After a day or two of trying to figure out whether Mr. Keith liked the tape we had made for him, Dad suddenly appeared with more of his songs for us to learn for our first recording session. Mr. Keith, like Dad, was a mill worker who loved music, only he was more into the recording and business end. His studio and label were called Steeltown. Looking back on all this, I realized Mr. Keith was just as excited as we were. His studio was downtown, and we went early one Saturday morning before the Roadrunner show, my favorite show at the time. Mr. Keith met us at the door and opened the studio. He showed us a small glass booth with all kinds of equipment in it and explained what various tasks each performed. It didn't look like we'd have to lean over any more tape recorders, at least not in this studio. I put on some big metal headphones which came halfway down my neck and tried to make myself look ready for anything. As my brothers were figuring out where to plug in their instruments and stand, some backup singers and a horn section arrived. At first I assumed they were there to make a record after us. We were delighted and amazed when we found out they were there to record with us. We looked over at Dad, but he didn't change expression. He'd obviously known about it and approved. Even then, people knew not to throw Dad surprises. We were told to listen to Mr. Keith, who would instruct us while we were in the booth. If we did as he said, the record would take care of itself. After a few hours, we finished Mr. Keith's first song. Some of the backup singers and horn players hadn't made records either and found it difficult, but they also didn't have a perfectionist for a manager, so they weren't used to doing things over and over the way we were. It was at times like these that we realized how hard Dad worked to make us consummate professionals. We came back the next few Saturdays, putting the songs we'd rehearsed during the week into the can and taking home a new tape of Mr. Keith's each time. One Saturday, Dad even brought his guitar in to perform with us. It was the one and only time he ever recorded with us. After the records were pressed, Mr. Keith gave us some copies so that we could sell them between sets and after shows.
Yo, I never thought of that. Interesting. All this time, I never thought Joe Jackson never once tried to play with his kids. I just now thinking of that. Like, he never once even tried to do like a feature. He allowed his kids to be the performers. He just stayed in the background. That is intriguing. I wonder why that was. Well, I guess because the kids that's the show. Like, why would you have the father? Like, I guess it kind of messes up the vibe if you have the father, you know, performing with the kids. But especially once they got older and they already were a name. I'm kind of shocked that he didn't at least try to maybe do a background vocal or something one time for the good time. Like, that is intriguing. I never thought of that. I wonder why he never did that.
We knew that wasn't how the big groups did it, but everyone had to start someplace. And in those days, having a record with your group's name on it was quite something. We felt very fortunate. That first Steeltown single, Big Boy, had a mean bass line. It was a nice song about a kid who wanted to fall in love with some girl. Of course, in order to get the full picture, you have to imagine a skinny 9-year-old singing this song. The words said I didn't want to hear fairy tales anymore, but in truth I was far too young to grasp the real meanings of most of the words in these songs. I just sang what they gave me. When that record with its killer bass line began to get radio play in Gary, we became a big deal in Out Neighborhood. No one could believe we had our own record. We had a hard time believing it. After that first Steeltown record, we began to aim for all the big talent shows in Chicago. Usually the other acts would look me over carefully when they met me because I was so little, particularly the ones who went on after us. One day Jackie was cracking up like someone had told him the funniest joke in the world. This wasn't a good sign right before a show, and I could tell Dad was worried he was going to screw up on stage. Dad went over to say a word to him, but Jackie whispered something in his ear, and soon Dad was holding his sides, laughing. I wanted to know the joke, too. Dad said proudly that Jackie had overheard the headlining act talking among themselves. One guy said, "We'd better not let those Jackson 5 cut us tonight with that midget they've got." I was upset at first because my feelings were hurt. I thought they were being mean. I couldn't help it that I was the shortest, but soon all the other brothers were
I'm
cracking
sorry.
up too.
I'm so sorry.
Dad
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, Michael. I'm so sorry, dog. Yo, that's crazy. They call my man Michael a midget, bro. Nah, son. That's crazy. I'm so sorry, Michael. That's hilarious. Like the fact that people were getting outworked by an 8-year-old, like the fact that Michael was so good at 8 or 9, however old he was, that they were like, yo, we can't allow that 9, they can't allow that midget, that freaking preschooler to get us today. We ain't gonna do it today. Like, yo, that's how good Michael was, bro. And that's how good the band was, but that's hilarious. Like, we can't allow that midget to get us. That's yo, that's crazy.
explained that they weren't laughing at me. He told me that I should be proud. The
Yeah.
group was talking trash because they thought I was a grown-up posing as a child like one of the Munchkins in The Wizard of Oz. Dad said that if I had those slick guys talking like the neighborhood kids who gave us grief back in Gary, then we had Chicago on the run. We
Mm-hmm.
still had some running of our own to do. After we played some pretty good clubs in Chicago, Dad signed us up for the Royal Theater Amateur Night Competition in town. He had gone to see B.B. King at the Regal the night he made his famous live album.
Mm.
When Dad gave Tito that sharp red guitar years earlier, we had teased him by thinking of girls he could name his guitar after, like B.B. King's Lucille. We won that show for 3 straight weeks, with a new song every week to keep the regular members of the audience guessing. Some of the other performers complained that it was greedy for us to keep coming back, but they were after the same thing we were.
Yeah.
There was a policy that if you won the amateur night 3 straight times, you'd be invited back to do a paid show for thousands of people, not dozens like the audiences we were playing to in bars. We got that opportunity, and the show was headlined by Gladys Knight and the Pips, who were
Wow.
breaking in a new song no one knew called "I Heard It Through the Grapevine."
Wow.
It was a heady night. After Chicago, we had one more big amateur show we really felt we needed to win.
Like when people ask, what happened to music? Like Michael and the Jacksons were literally going through an era to where everyone was talented. Like Gladys Knight, BB King, like who's that today? Like what like who are the legends today that people gotta go through to get a record deal? Like these people had to like literally fight for years to even get a record on the radio. Now you can just upload it on SoundCloud or YouTube, and now you can get viral or TikTok. The hunger ain't there no more because it's too easy to get a record today. Like it's just too easy. It just ain't there. It just ain't there. Oh, I think I saw this. Shout out to She Loves Snacks. React to the new Jackson studio footage recording Jump from Joy Sigma Studio Sounds when you get a chance. Add it to the list, my friend. I'm added to the list.
In the Apollo Theater in New York City. A lot of Chicago people thought a win at the Apollo was just a good luck charm and nothing more. But Dad saw it as much more than that. He knew New York had a high caliber of talent just like Chicago, and he knew there were more record people and professional musicians in New York than Chicago. If we could make it in New York, we could make it anywhere. That's what a win at the Apollo meant to us. Chicago had sent a kind of scouting report on us to New York, and our reputation was such that the Apollo entered us in the Superdog finals, even though we hadn't been to any of the preliminary competitions. By this time, Gladys Knight had already talked to us about coming to Motown, as had Bobby Taylor, a member of the Vancouvers with whom my father had become friendly.
What?
Dad had told them we'd be happy to audition for Motown,
Hell
but
yeah.
that was an out future. We got to the Apollo at 125th Street early enough to get a guided tour. We walked through the theater and stared at all of the pictures of the stars who'd played there. white as well as black. The manager concluded by showing us to the dressing room, but by then I had found pictures of all my favorites. While my brothers and I were paying dues on the so-called Chitlin circuit, opening for other acts, I carefully watched all the stars because I wanted to learn as much as I could. I'd stare at their feet, the way they held their arms, the way they gripped a microphone, trying to decipher what they were doing and why they were doing it. After studying James Brown from the wings, I knew every step, every grunt, every spin and turn. I have to say, he would give a performance that would exhaust you, just wear you out emotionally. His whole physical presence, the fire coming out of his pores, would be phenomenal. You'd feel every bead of sweat on his face, and you'd know what he was going through. I've never seen anybody perform like him. Unbelievable, really. When I watched somebody I liked, I'd be there. James Brown, Jackie Wilson, Sam and Dave, the OJs, they all used to really work an audience. I might have learned more from watching Jackie Wilson than from anyone or anything else. All of this was a very important part of my education. We would stand off stage behind the curtains and watch everyone come off after performing, and they'd be all sweaty. I'd just stand aside in awe and watch them walk by. And they would all wear these beautiful patent leather shoes. My whole dream seemed to center on having a pair of patent leather shoes. I remember being so heartbroken because they didn't make them in little boys' sizes. I'd go from store to store looking for patent leather shoes, and they'd say, "We don't make them that small." I was so sad because I wanted to have shoes that looked the way those stage shoes looked, polished and shining, turning red and orange when the lights hit them. Oh, how I wanted some patent leather shoes like the ones Jackie Wilson wore. Most of the time I'd be alone backstage. My brothers would be upstairs eating and talking, and I'd be down in the wings, crouching real low, holding onto the dusty, smelly curtain and watching the show.
That's why Michael was Michael. Like those are the OGs. Jackie Wilson, James Brown, like the OJs. Like, come on, man. And the fact that Michael, I think also because he was the lead, he felt the pressure of I have to put. Even though my brothers also putting on the show, I have to be the example. And plus, he really wanted to be them. Like he idolized them. Like he's a 9-year-old, 8-year-old studying them. Like this man, what like this man, yo, Michael really wanted this. Like he really wanted to be the greatest, bro. And just to think that he was able to do that, he was able to see all these people and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna do what you do, but I'm gonna do what you do, I'm gonna do what you do, but then I'm gonna take it to another level though." Like, that's crazy. Word. The Jackson 5 performed on amateur night at Apollo in August 1967, just before Michael's ninth birthday. He was barely 9. Barely 9. A little munchkin. Barely 9. Giving people work. You feel me? Like, come on, son. But also, I got to give props to, this is the last time I'm going to do it, I got to give props to Joe Jackson, too. Because he instilled that discipline in him as well. But, yeah, that's crazy, man. Like, his discipline. Like, I think out of anything, as much Michael's discipline, which includes into hard work, is why Michael became what he became. His discipline. Like, he was relentless when it came to wanting to put on a show. Like, it's unmatched.
I mean, I really did watch every step, every move, every twist, every turn, every grind, every emotion, every light move. That was my education and my recreation. I was always there when I had free time. My father, my brothers, other musicians, they all knew where to find me. They would tease me about it, but I was so absorbed in what I was seeing or in remembering what I had just seen that I didn't care. I remember all those theaters, the Regal, the Uptown, the Apollo, too many to name. The talent that came out of those places is of mythical proportions. The greatest education in the world is watching the masters at work.
Exactly.
You couldn't teach a person what I've learned just standing and watching. Some musicians, Springsteen and U2, for example, may feel they got their education from the streets. I'm a performed at heart. I got mine from the stage.
Mm.
Jackie Wilson was on the wall at the Apollo. The photographer captured him with one leg up, twisted but not out of position from catching the mic stand he'd just whipped back and forth. He could have been singing a sad lyric like Lonely Teardrops, and yet he had that audience so bug-eyed with his dancing that no one could feel sad or lonely. Sam and Dave's picture was down the corridor next to an old big band shot. Dad had become friendly with Sam Moore. I remember being happily amazed that he was nice to me when I met him for the first time. I had been singing his songs for so long that I thought he'd want to box my ears. And not far from them was the king of them all, Mr. Dynamite, Mr. Please Please himself, James Brown. Before he came along, a singer was a singer and a dancer was a dancer. A singer might have danced and a dancer might have sung, but unless you were Fred Astaire or Gene Kelly, you probably did one better than the other, especially in a live performance. But he changed all that.
Mm-hmm.
No spotlight could keep up with him when he skidded across the stage. You had to flood it. I wanted to be that good. We won the Apollo Amateur Night Competition, and I felt like going back to those photos on the walls and thanking my teachers. Dad was so happy he said he could have flown back to Gary that night. He was on top of the world, and so were we. My brothers and I had gotten straight A's, and we were hoping we might get to skip a grade. I certainly sensed that we wouldn't be doing talent shows and strip joints much longer. In the summer of 1968, we were introduced to the music of a family group that was going to change our sound and our lives. They didn't all have the same last name. They were black and white, men and women, and they were called Sly and the Family Stone. They had some amazing hits over the years, such as Dance to the Music, Stand, Hot Fun in the Summertime. My brothers would point at me when they heard the line about the midget standing tall, and by now I'd laugh along. We heard these songs all over the dial, even on the rock stations. They were a tremendous influence on all of us Jacksons, and we owe them a lot.
Yeah, I gotta do. Shout out to my sister Sasha. She literally a month before Sly died, she was like, "Yo, I know you gotta watch this doc." She said, "You gotta watch the doc of Sly the Family Stone." I said, "All right, I got you." And I was like, "Damn." I forget what song it was. There's one of the songs from Sly and the Family Stone is one of the samples used in Rhythm Nation by Janet Jackson. But I'm like, yo, I was bugged out my mind. Like, yo, Sly and the Family Stone, I gotta do a reaction or a watch along to that documentary. That's crazy. It literally is like, bro, Sly was really like it again, it's like when you think someone has created something, you didn't. If you dig deeper, you find out no, there was someone that did it before them. Like someone did before them. Like, well, I just watched Little Richard documentary. I'm like, damn, he created that. Then I watched Slide of Family Stone. Like, damn, he created that. Then I watch like it's like you. The more you dig into the crates of these greats, it's like, yo, a lot of these folks, a lot of these unsung heroes, a lot of these legends really created things before they were even a thing. They didn't even know what to call it. Like, it's crazy. It really is. It really is.
After the Apollo, we kept playing with one eye on the map and one ear to the phone. Mom and Dad had a rule about no more than 5 minutes a call, but when we came back from the Apollo, even 5 minutes was too long. We had to keep the lines clear in case anyone from a record company wanted to get in touch with us. We lived in fear of having them get a busy signal. We wanted to hear from one record company in particular, and if they called, we wanted to answer. While we waited, we found out that someone who had seen us at the Apollo had recommended us to the David Frost Show in New York City. We were going to be on TV. That was the biggest thrill we'd ever had. I told everyone at school and told the ones who didn't believe me twice. We were going to drive out there in a few days. I was counting the hours. I had imagined the whole trip, trying to figure out what the studio would be like and how it would be to look into a television camera. I came home with the traveling work my teacher had made up in advance. We had one more dress rehearsal and then we'd make a final song selection. I wondered which songs we'd be doing. That afternoon, Dad said the trip to New York was canceled. We all stopped in our tracks and just stared at him. We were shocked. I was ready to cry. We had been about to get our big break. How could they do this to us? What was going on? Why had Mr. Frost changed his mind? I was reeling, and I think everyone else was too. I canceled it, my father announced calmly. Again we all stared at him, unable to speak. Motown called. A chill ran down my spine. I
Let's
remember the
go.
days leading up to that trip with near perfect clarity. I can see myself waiting outside Randy's first grade classroom. It was Marlon's turn to walk him home, but we switched for today. Randy's teacher wished me luck in Detroit because Randy had told her we were going to Motown to audition. He was so excited that I had to remind myself that he didn't really know what Detroit was. All the family had been talking about was Motown, and Randy didn't even know what a city was. The teacher told me he was looking for Motown on the globe in the classroom. She said that in her opinion, we should do You Don't Know Like I Know, the way she saw us do it at the Regal in Chicago when a bunch of teachers drove over to see us. I helped Randy put his coat on and politely agreed to keep it in mind, knowing that
As soon as I heard you don't know like I know, I automatically go. Someone who's grew up in church, I hear you don't know like I know what the Lord done for me. Shout out to Timothy Wright, Reverend Timothy Wright, the Godfather of, well, James Cleveland's the Godfather, but Timothy Wright is like the Godfather Junior of gospel. Like,
we couldn't do a Sam and Dave song at a Motown audition because they were on Stax, a rival label. Dad told us the companies were serious about that kind of stuff, so he wanted us to know there'd be no messing around when we got there. He looked at me and said he'd like to see his 10-year-old singer make it to 11. We left the Garrett Elementary School building for the short walk home, but we had to hurry. I remember getting anxious as a car swept by, then another. Randy took my hand and we waved to the crossing guard. I knew LaToya would have to go out if her way tomorrow to take Randy to school because Marlon and I would be staying over in Detroit with the others. The last time we played at the Fox Theater in Detroit, we left right after the show and got back to Gary at 5 o'clock in the morning. I slept in the car most of the way, so going to school that morning wasn't as bad as it might have been. But by the afternoon 3 o'clock rehearsal, I was dragging around like someone with lead weights for feet. We could have left that night right after our set since we were third on the bill, but that would have meant missing the headliner, Jackie Wilson. I'd seen him on other stages, but at the Fox, he and his band were on a rising stage that moved up as he started his show. Tired as I was after school the next day, I remember trying some of those moves in rehearsal after practicing in front of a long mirror in the bathroom at school while the other kids looked on. My father was pleased and we incorporated those steps into one of my routines. Just before Randy and I turned the corner onto Jackson Street, there was a big puddle. I looked for cars, but there weren't any, so I let go of Randy's hand and jumped the puddle, catching on my toes so I could spin without getting the cuffs of my corduroys wet. I looked back at Randy knowing that he wanted to do the things I did. He stepped back to get a running start, but I realized that it was a pretty big puddle, too big for him to cross without getting wet, so being a big brother first and a dance teacher second, I caught him before he landed short and got wet. Across the street, the neighborhood kids were buying candy, and even some of the kids who were giving me a hard time at school asked when we were going to Motown. I told them and bought candy for them and Randy too with my allowance. I didn't want Randy to feel bad about my going away. As we approached the house, I heard Marlon yell, "Someone shut that door!" The side of out VW minibus was wide open, and I shuddered, thinking about how cold it was going to be on the long ride up to Detroit. Marlon had beat us home and was already helping Jackie load the bus with our stuff. Jackie and Tito got home in plenty of time for once. They were supposed to have basketball practice, but the winter in Indiana had been nothing but slush, and we were anxious to get a good start. Jackie was on the high school basketball team that year, and Dad liked to say that the next time we went to play in Indianapolis would be when Roosevelt went to the state championships. The Jackson Five would play between the evening and morning games, and Jackie would sink the winning shot for the title. Dad liked to tease us, but you never knew what might happen with the Jacksons. He wanted us to be good at many things, not just music. I think maybe he
Mm.
got that drive from his father, who taught school. I know my teachers were never as hard on us as he was, and they were getting paid to be tough and demanding. Mom came to the door and gave us the thermos and the sandwiches she had packed. I remember her telling me not to rip the dress shirt she had packed for me after sewing it up the night before. Randy and I helped put some things in the bus and then went back into the kitchen, where Rebby was keeping one eye on Dad's supper and the other on little Janet, who was in the high chair. Rebby's life was never easy as the oldest. We knew that as soon as the Motown audition was over, we'd find out if we had to move or not. If we did, she was going to move south with her fiancé. She always ran things when Mom was at night school, finishing the high school diploma she was denied because of her illness. I couldn't believe it when Mom told us she was going to get her diploma. I remember worrying that she'd have to go to school with kids Jackie's or Tito's age and that they'd laugh at her. I remember how she laughed when I told her this and how she patiently explained that she'd be with other grown-ups. It was interesting having a mother who did homework like the rest of us. Loading up the bus was easier than usual. Normally Ronnie and Johnny would have come to back us up, but Motown's own musicians would be playing Being Us, so we were going alone. Jermaine was in our room finishing some of his assignments when I walked in. I knew he wanted to get them out of the way. He told me that we ought to take off for Motown by ourselves and leave Dad, since Jackie had taken driver's ed and was in possession of a set of keys. We both laughed, but deep down I couldn't imagine going without Dad, even on the occasions when Mom let out after-school rehearsals because Dad hadn't come home from his shift on time. It was still like having him there because she acted as his eyes and ears. She always knew what had been good the night before and what had gotten sloppy today. Dad would pick it up from there at night. It seemed to me that they almost gave each other signals or something. Dad could always tell if we had been playing like we were supposed to by some invisible indication from Mom. There was no long goodbye at the door when we left for Motown. Mom was used to our being away for days and during school vacations. LaToya pouted a little because she wanted to go. She had only seen us in Chicago, and we had never been able to stay long enough in places like Boston or Phoenix to bring her back anything. I think our lives must have seemed pretty glamorous to her because she had to stay home and go to school. Rebby had her hands full trying to put Janet to sleep, but she called goodbye and waved. I gave Randy a last pat on the head, and we were off. Dad and Jackie went over the map as we drove away, mostly out of habit, because we had been to Detroit before, of course. We passed Mr. Keith's recording studio downtown by City Hall as we made our way through town. We had done some demos at Mr. Keith's that Dad sent to Motown after the Steeltown record. The sun was going down when we hit the highway. Marlon announced that if we heard one of our records on WVON, it was going to bring us luck. We all nodded. Dad asked us if we remembered what WVON stood for as he nudged Jackie to keep quiet. I kept looking out the window, thinking about the possibilities that lay ahead, but Jermaine jumped in. Voice of the Negro, he said. Soon we were calling roll all over the dial. WGN, world's greatest newspaper. The Chicago Tribune owned it. WLS, world's largest store. Sears, WCFL. We stopped, stumped. Chicago Federation of Labor, Dad said, motioning for the thermos. We turned onto I-94 and the Gary station faded into a Kalamazoo station. We began flipping around, looking for Beatle music on CKLW from Windsor, Ontario, Canada. I had always been a Monopoly fan at home, and there was something about driving to Motown that was a little like that game. In Monopoly, you go around the board buying things and making decisions. The Chitlin circuit of theaters where we played and won contests was kind of like a Monopoly board, full of possibilities and pitfalls. After all the stops along the way, we finally landed at the Apollo Theater in Harlem.
I keep thinking of just all the other talents that probably were just as talented as the Jacksons that never made it. Like think of like all the talents in Gary, Indiana, or Harlem, or wherever, that were just as good, but just didn't get that one look, or just didn't get that one performance right, that just never made it. I don't know. Just sometimes I just wonder, like, man, there are probably so many talented people that we just never got to hear or see because you just never got the opportunity. I don't know why my mind wandered thinking about that, but them talking about, having to do the talent shows and outlasting other people, like, they probably were just at well, they probably weren't just as talented because they ain't have the munchkin called Michael, but they probably were good as well. But man, I hope they were able to, the people that never made it. I hope they were able to find a new purpose. As someone who I don't know what I'm gonna do for the rest of my life. Like, I want to go into creative spaces, things of that nature, whether it's music, writing, whatever. And as someone who's always dreaming, it's like sometimes it's hard to be like, what if I don't make it in this avenue? Then where do I go from here? So I'm just always wondering about, man, what happened to the people that didn't make it? What did they do? Also, I went down a different route than y'all probably was expecting. My bad. I was just thinking. All right.
which was definitely Park Place for young performers like us. Now we were on our way up Boardwalk, heading for Motown. Would we win the game or slide past Go with a long board separating us from our goal for another round? There was something changing in me, and I could feel it, even shivering in the minibus. For years we'd make the drive over to Chicago, wondering if we were good enough to ever get out of Gary, and we were. Then we took the drive to New York, certain that we'd fall off the edge of the earth if we weren't good enough to make it there. Even those nights in Philadelphia and Washington didn't reassure me enough to keep me from wondering if there wasn't someone or some group we didn't know about in New York who could beat us. When we tore it down at the Apollo, we finally felt that nothing could stand in our way. We were going to Motown, and nothing there was going to surprise us either. We were going to surprise them, just like we always did. Dad pulled the typewritten directions out of the glove compartment, and we pulled off the highway, passing the Woodward Avenue exit. There weren't many people on the streets because it was a school night for everybody else. Dad was a little nervous about whether our accommodations would be okay, which surprised me until I realized the Motown people had picked the hotel. We weren't used to having things done for us. We liked to be our own bosses. Dad had always been our booking agent, travel agent, and manager. When he wasn't taking care of the arrangements, Mom was. So it was no wonder that even Motown managed to make Dad feel suspicious that he should have made the reservations, that he should have handled everything. We stayed at the Gotham Hotel. The reservations had been made and everything was in order. There was a TV in our room, but all the stations had signed off, and with the audition at 10 o'clock, we weren't going to get to...
Oh, sorry, my brain trying to... You said the Gotham Hotel? If I get that right, you said the Gotham Hotel? Was the Riddler and freaking the Joker there too? Hold on. Run that back. I'll just make sure I heard that correctly. I'll just make sure I'm not bugging.
Motown managed to make Dad feel suspicious that he should have made the reservations, that he should have handled everything. We stayed at the Gotham Hotel. The reservations had been made and everything was in order. There was a TV in our room, but all the stations had signed off, and with the audition at 10 o'clock, we weren't going to get to stay up any later anyway. Dad put us right to bed, locked the door, and went out. Jermaine and I were too tired to even talk. We were all up on time the next morning. Dad saw to that. But in truth, we were just as excited as he was and hopped out of bed when we called us. The audition was unusual for us because we hadn't played in many places where they expected us to be professional. We knew it was going to be difficult to judge whether we were doing well. We were used to audience response, whether we were competing or just performing at a club. But Dad had told us the longer we stayed, the more they wanted to hear. We climbed into the VW after cereal and milk at the coffee shop. I noticed they offered grits on the menu, so I knew there were a lot of Southern people who stayed there. We had never been to the South then and wanted to visit Mom's part of the country someday. We wanted to have a sense of our roots and those of other black people, especially after what had happened to Dr. King. I remember so well the day he died. Everyone was torn up. We didn't rehearse that night. I went to Kingdom Hall with Mom and some of the others. People were crying like they had lost a member of their own family. Even the men who were usually pretty unemotional were unable to control their grief. I was too young to grasp the full tragedy of the situation, but when I look back on that day now, it makes me want to cry for Dr. King, for his family, and for all of us. Jermaine was the first to spot the studio, which was known as Hitsville, USA. It looked kind of run down, which was not what I'd expected. We wondered who we might see, who might be there making a record that day. Dad had coached us to let him do all the talking. Our job was to perform like we'd never performed before, and that was asking a lot, because we always put everything into each performance, but we knew what he meant. There were a lot of people waiting inside, but Dad said the password, and a man in a shirt and tie came out to meet us. He knew each of our names, which astounded us. He asked us to leave our coats there and follow him. The other people just stared through us like we were ghosts. I wondered who they were and what their stories
Did you say ghosts? Oh, right. Go ahead.
were. Had they traveled far? Had they been here day after day hoping to get in without an appointment? When we entered the studio, one of the Motown guys was adjusting a movie camera. There was an area set up with instruments and microphones. Dad disappeared into one of the sound booths to talk to someone. I tried to pretend that I was at the Fox Theater on the rising stage, and this was just business as usual. I decided, looking around, that if I ever built my own studio, I'd get a mic like the one they had at the Apollo, which rose out of the floor. I nearly fell on my face once running down those basement steps while trying to find out where it went when it slowly disappeared beneath the stage floor. The last song we sang was Who's Lovin' You? When it ended, no one applauded or said a word. I couldn't stand not knowing, so I blurted, "How was that?" Jermaine shushed me. The older guys who were backing us up were laughing about something. I looked at them out of the corner of my eye. "Jackson Jive, huh?" one of them called out with a big grin on his face. I was confused. I think my brothers were too. The man who had led us back said, "Thanks for coming up." We looked at Dad's face for some indication, but he didn't seem pleased or disappointed. It was still daylight out when we left. We took I-94 back to Gary, subdued, knowing there was homework to do for class tomorrow, wondering if that was all there was to that.
So that is chapter 1 of Moonwalk. How was that? It's just when he said how was that, I think of the American Dream movie. With shout out to Jason Weaver, man. Oh, they should have gave him something. I don't know what he could have gave him for that performance, but give him something. I don't know if he can get an Oscar for it, but give him something. Give him a Grammy for it at least. How was that? Very well, Michael. Very well. He's like, very good. Michael, like, oh, we're gonna go to Motown. Yo, I love this freaking American Dream movie, son. Yo, I'm probably gonna watch that this weekend, dog. I love that movie. All right, so we're gonna make an executive decision right now. Do we do chapter 2 or do we wait to do it this weekend? How long is chapter 2? Oh, let me see. How we feeling right now? Are we good? How many of y'all at work? How many of y'all at home? How many of y'all just chilling? How we feeling right now? How does it feel? Have it your way. Let's see. Let's see. How long is chapter 2? Check it out right now. That's a very good first chapter. Again, I've never read or listened to Moonwalk, so I was intrigued to see what it's about. And it seemed like he's really giving a detailed version of how he got to where he is. I don't know where the cutoff is in regards to how the book ends. Um, but again, shout out to the guy that made this, T-Bone Books. It sounds the inflections and everything sound just like Michael. Like the tone might be a little bit off, but chill at home. We'll love listening to more of AI Mike. We might do one more chapter. I ain't gonna hold you. I got at least another hour or so before I can get to going. But I might be able to do one more chapter. Might as well, cause I'm intrigued now. Even though I see, oh, it's only 36 minutes. Chapter 2. Oh yeah, we can at least get chapter 2 out the way. Out the way. Okay. Yeah, but it's like while he's talking, it's like I have a visual of American Dream. Like I'm just seeing that. But you know what? I think we're gonna do chapter 2. Also, for anybody that sees this live or anybody that's in the chat, let me know a plan to. I never made a promise that I can't keep. Uh, I'm gonna try to go live this weekend. Probably at least Saturday. Sunday, I don't know. But I'm at least try to go live Saturday. Probably in the morning. So let me know like what you want me to react to. That I don't know if I could do that though, because music is tricky. It's kind of hard to do reactions to certain things because of copyright. It might, we'll figure it out. But just stuff you want me to react to, I'll see if I can work around it. Let's see. We got Daryl. Hold on. Let me first shout out Cat Sarah again. At home chilling. Let's see. Daryl Thomas. I'm at work. Can listen at my desk. Okay, if you, it's on you if you feel like it. All right. Headset hub. I bet. All right. So we're gonna do one more chapter. We see where we at with it. Chapter 2 is Promised Land. So we about to get right into it. Let's start. For those that missed the live, again, if you see this by today or tomorrow, you'll be able to join us on Saturday because I'm gonna try to probably around like 10 Eastern Standard Time, probably around 10 or so. So don't be fretful because you missed this live in case you did miss it and you see this on playback. All right, try to go live a little bit more. All right, let's see. I don't like that look. I like the. So Michael, I don't like that camera. I like here. Hold on. I got full screen it. Don't wonder. All right, we back. All right, let's go. Chapter 2, Promised Land. Boom.
Chapter 2, The Promised Land. We were jubilant when we learned we had passed the Motown audition. I remember Berry Gordy sitting us all down and saying that we were going to make history together. I'm going to make you the biggest thing in the world, he said, and you're going to be written about in history books. He really said that to us. We were leaning forward, listening to him and saying, okay. I'll never forget that. We were all over at his house, and it was like a fairy tale come true listening to this powerful, talented man tell us we were going to be very big. Your first record will be a #1, your second record will be a #1, and so will your third record. 3 #1 records in a row. You'll hit the charts just as Diana Ross and the Supremes did. This was almost...
Oh, he really, I don't remember that. He said up front, you're going to have 3 #1s back to back to back? Barry had it like that? That's a hell of a selling pitch. And the fact that they were able to actually do that, and I think they have 4 #1s back to back to back to back, which is, that's still crazy to me. They were able to do that. Like, that's insane to me. Like, wow. He must have really saw something. Barry and Motown really saw something in the Jacksons, man. You said you're going to get 3 #1s, and they did it? They actually did 4 of them? Wow.
unheard of in those days, but he was right. We turned around and did just that, 3 in a row. So Diana didn't find us first, but I don't think we'll ever be able to repay Diana properly for all she did for us in those days. When we finally moved to Southern California, we actually lived with Diana and stayed with her for more than a year on a part-time basis. Some of us lived with Berry Gordy and some of us with Diana, and then we would switch. She was so wonderful, mothering us and making us feel right at home. She really helped take care of us for at least a year and a half while my parents closed up the Gary house and looked for a house we could all live in here in California. It was great for us because Barry and Diana lived on the same street in Beverly Hills. We could walk up to Barry's house and then go back to Diana's. Most of the time, I'd spend the day at Diana's and the night at Barry's. This was an important period in my life because Diana loved art and encouraged me to appreciate it too. She took the time to educate me about it. We'd go out almost every day, just the two of us, and buy pencils and paint. When we weren't drawing or painting, we'd go to museums. She introduced me to the works of the great artists like Michelangelo and Degas, and that was the start of my lifelong interest in art. She really taught me a great deal. It was so new to me and exciting. It was really different from what I was used to doing, which was living and breathing music, rehearsing day in and day out. You wouldn't think a big star like Diana would take the time to teach a kid to paint, to give him an education in art, but she did, and I loved her for it. I still do. I'm crazy about her. She was my mother, my lover, and my sister all combined in one amazing person. Those were truly wild days for me and my brother.
That's what he said. So apparently they did. Hey, that's dope though. And it's so funny. Michael literally, oh man, this dude, I don't know, this guy might be an alien for real. Like this dude can literally do anything artistic wise. Like this dude could draw, he could sing, he could dance. Like, oh, what was he missing? He could write. Like he could literally do anything artistically. Like you give him something to do, he can do it. Like that's a rare thing. Like, that's crazy to me. But that's super dope that he was able to, him and Diana was able to go out, go to museums, learn art, and learn, you know. I'm sorry. That's super dope that Diana did that. That's super dope. She did that. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it at that. It's just. I think we. Probably that gets me. Yeah. Dirty Diana.
Others. When we flew to California from Chicago, it was like being in another country, another world. To come from our part of Indiana, which is so urban and often bleak, and to land in Southern California was like having the world transformed into a wonderful dream. I was uncontrollable back then. I was all over the place. Disneyland, Sunset Strip, the beach. My brothers loved it too, and we got into everything like kids who had just visited a candy store for the first time. We were awestruck by California. Trees had oranges and leaves on them in the middle of winter. There were palm trees and beautiful sunsets, and the weather was so warm. Every day was special. I would be doing something that was fun and wouldn't want it to end, but then I'd realize there was something else to do later that was going to be just as enjoyable and that I could look forward to just as much. Those were heady days. One of the best parts of being there was meeting all the big Motown stars who had emigrated to California along with Berry Gordy after he moved from Detroit. I remember when I first shook Smokey Robinson's hand. It was like shaking hands with a king. My eyes lit up with stars. I remember telling my mother that his hand felt as if it was layered with soft pillows. You don't think about the little impressions people walk away with when you're a star yourself, but the fans do.
Like we can low key have this conversation right now. I do find it to be very odd, like the relationship between Diana and Michael, because in the beginning it was very motherly, right? But then even if you watch, I forget what it was, like Michael doing some type of like sketch or something with Diana, and he was acting like Diana's boyfriend, or whatever. And then you get to the off the wall era, is when you start to see like the change in terms of like how they are on screen, right? When they do the whole performance together. And Diana's like, I didn't know it was gonna be so sexy, right? It was like, okay. That's okay. Okay, Diana. And then Michael returned the favor. Like, that still feels weird to me. It feels like grooming. I don't want to say it was grooming, but it low key kind of feels like grooming. A little bit. You know, I'm not trying to put nothing on Diana's jacket, but it feels a little bit like grooming to me. But you ain't hear that from me though.
At least I know I did. I mean, I walked around saying, his hand is so soft. When I think about
Huh?
it now, it sounds silly, but it made a big impression
I'm
on
sorry.
me.
I'm sorry. That caught me off guard. Hold on. So run that back. What you talking about?
Remember when I first shook Smokey Robinson's hand.
Oh,
It
okay.
was like shaking hands with a king. My eyes lit up with stars. I remember telling my mother that his hand felt as if it was layered with soft pillows. You don't think about the little impressions people walk away with when you're a star yourself, but the fans do. At least I know I did. I mean, I walked around saying, his hand is so soft. When I think about it now, it sounds silly, but it made a big impression on me. I had shaken Smokey Robinson's hand. There are so many artists and musicians and writers I admire. When I was young, the people I watched were the real showmen. James Brown, Sammy Davis Jr., Fred Astaire, Gene Kelly. A great showman touches everybody. That's the real test of greatness, and these men have it. Like Michelangelo's work, it touches you. I don't care who you are. I am always excited when I get a chance to meet someone whose work has affected me in some way. Maybe I've read a book that has touched me deeply or made me think about things that I haven't focused on before. A certain song or style of singing can excite me or move me and become a favorite that I'll never tire of hearing. A picture or a painting can reveal a universe. In the same vein, an actor's performance or a collective performance can transform me. In those days, Motown had never recorded a kids group. In fact, the only child singer they had ever produced was Stevie Wonder. So Motown was determined that if they were going to promote kids,
Oh, we're gonna chill real quick because the signal look a little weak right now. It is raining where I'm at on the East Coast, so I'm gonna give it a little while. I'll probably sound real choppy right now. I'll just give it a little second. Signal might be a little off. So, but also Smokey, I forget about Smokey Robinson too. Like Smokey Robinson was also, I think, integral as someone who was at Motown as well for helping with the Jacksons and Michael development. But again, look at all the people. I think we should be good. Okay, yeah. Look at all the people that Michael had, bro. Like, how was he not going to be successful? Like, he had all these legends, like all these legends to help him curate who he would be as an artist. Like, there's no way he couldn't be successful, along with the discipline of his father and his brothers.
they'd promote the kind of kids who were good at more than just singing and dancing. They wanted people to like us because of who we were, not just because of our records. They wanted us to set an example by sticking to our schoolwork and being friendly to our fans, reporters, and everyone who came in contact with us. This wasn't hard for us because our mother had raised us to be polite and considerate. It was second nature. Our only problem with schoolwork was that once we became well known, we couldn't go to school because people would come into our classrooms through the windows looking for an autograph or a picture. I was trying to keep up with my classes and not to be the cause of disruptions, but it finally became impossible, and we were given tutors to teach us at home. During this period, a lady named Suzanne DePass was having a great effect on our
Suzanne,
lives.
I wonder
She
when we would
worked
hear
for
about her.
Motown, and it was she who trained us religiously once we moved to LA. She also became a manager for the Jackson 5. We lived with her occasionally, ate with her, and even played with her. We were a rowdy, high-spirited bunch, and she was young herself and full of fun. She really contributed a lot toward the shaping of the Jackson 5, and I'll never be able to thank her enough for all she did. I remember Suzanne showing us these charcoal sketches.
Shout out to Suzanne. Suzanne, another unsung hero of the development of Michael in the Jacksons. We gotta if I trying to think, I can't remember because I was going to sometime back do a reaction to the Jacksons documentary, which kind of shows the rehearsals and stuff of the early Jacksons that has Suzanne in there. I can't remember if it's copyrighted or not. But either way, by this weekend, I'll do a reaction to that, whether I'm on live or if I have to do it as a regular video. But yeah, shout out to Suzanne, man.
Of the five of us. In each sketch, we had a different hairstyle. In another set of color drawings, we were all pictured in different clothes that could be switched around like color forms. After we all decided on the hairstyles, they took us to a barber so he could make us match up with our pictures. Then, after she showed us the clothes, we went down to a wardrobe department where they gave us outfits to try on. They'd see us in one set of clothes, decide the clothes weren't right, and we'd all go back to the color forms to try on some more. We had classes in manners and grammar. They gave us a list of questions, and they said they were the kinds of questions that we could expect people to ask us. We were always being asked about our interests in our hometown and how we liked singing together. Fans and reporters alike wanted to know how old we each were when we started performing. It was hard to have your life turn into public property, even if you appreciated that people were interested in you because of your music. The Motown people tested us on the answers to questions we hadn't heard from anyone yet. They tested us on grammar and table manners. When we were ready, they brought us in for the last alterations on our sleeves and the trimming of our new afros. After all that, there was a new song to learn called I Want You Back.
Hey.
The song had a story behind it that we found out about little by little. It was written by someone from Chicago named Freddie Perrin. He had been Jerry Butler's pianist when we opened for Jerry in a Chicago nightclub. He had felt sorry for these little kids the club owner had hired, figuring the club couldn't afford to get anyone else. His opinion changed dramatically when he saw us perform. As it turned out, I Want You Back was originally called I Want to Be Free and was written for Gladys Knight. Freddie had even thought that Barry might go over Gladys's head and give the song to the Supremes. Instead, he mentioned to Jerry that he'd just signed this group of kids from Gary, Indiana. Freddie put two and two together, realized it was us, and decided to trust fate. When we were learning the Steeltown songs back in Gary, Tito and Jermaine had to pay special attention because they were responsible for playing on those records. When they heard the demo for I Want You Back, they listened to the guitar and bass parts, but Dad explained that Motown didn't expect them to play on our records. The rhythm track would be taken care of before we put our vocals down. But he reminded them that this would put more pressure on them to keep up their practice independently because we'd have to duplicate those songs in front of our fans. In the meantime, all of us had lyrics and cues to learn. The guys looking after us in the singing department were Freddie Perrin and Bobby
So I Want You Back could have actually been I Want to Be Free, and it could have been sung by Gladys Knight. That is intriguing. That is intriguing. And I'm sure Gladys Knight and the Pips would have tore it down. And they could have easily politicked to get the song, too. Now in my brain, I'm trying to think what that would sound like if Gladys. Oh, baby, give me one more chance. Don't want to love you. Yo. Interesting. I'm shocked they didn't have. What's interesting is I'm kind of shocked they didn't have more collabs. Like, have a Diana or Gladys sing with the Jacksons to kind of give them, the look. I'm kind of shocked they didn't do that.
Taylor and Deke Richards, who, along with Hal Davis and another Motown guy named Phonce Mizell, were part of the team that wrote and produced our first singles. Together, these guys were called The Corporation. We went over to Richards' apartment to rehearse, and he was impressed that we had prepared so well. He didn't have to do much tinkering with the vocal arrangement he'd worked out, and he thought that while we were still hot, we should go right to the studio and cut our parts. The following afternoon, we went to the studio. We were all so happy with what we got that we took our rough mix over to Berry Gordy. It was still mid-afternoon when we arrived at his studio. We figured that once Berry heard it, we'd be home in time for supper. But it was 1 a.m. when I finally slumped in the back seat of Richard's car, bobbing and steadying my head all the way home to fight off sleep. Gordy hadn't liked the song we did. We went over every part again, and when we did, Gordy figured out what changes he had to make in the arrangement. He was trying new things with us, like a school chorus master who has everyone singing their part as if they're singing alone, even if you can't hear him or her distinctly for the crowd. After he was through rehearsing us as a group and he had reworked the music, he took me aside one-on-one to explain my part. He told me exactly what he wanted and how he wanted me to help him get it. Then he explained everything to Freddie Perrin, who was going to record it. Barry was brilliant in this area. Right after the single was released, we went in to cut an album. We were particularly impressed with the I Want You Back session then, because that one song took more time and tape than all the other songs on the record combined. That's the way
Wow.
Motown did things in those days because Barry insisted on perfection and attention to detail. I'll never
Hmm.
forget his persistence. This was his genius. Then and later, I observed every moment of the sessions where Barry was present and never forgot what I learned. To this day, I use the same principles. Barry was my teacher and a great one. He could identify the little elements that would make a song great rather than just good. It was like magic, as if Barry was sprinkling pixie dust over everything. For me and my brothers, recording for
What's so interesting about Michael? Those songs like "I Want You Back" and "Love You Safe." Almost like Michael was given free reign, like to like ad lib or to just do whatever he felt while he was singing. I don't know if he was saying, "Hey, do a oh baby here" or what, but it felt Michael felt like he was truly the lead, like for real. Like he was saying whatever he felt as a kid. Like it feels free. Like the music feels free. Like I don't know what changes they did or how they arranged it, but like Michael, man, the teachers this guy had, dog. Like, hot damn. No wonder we can never get another Michael Jackson again. Who are the teachers today that we could get? Like, no wonder we'll never get another Michael Jackson, bro.
Motown was an exciting experience. Our team of writers shaped our music by being with us as we recorded it over and over, molding and sculpting a song until it was just perfect. We would cut a track over and over for weeks until we got it just as they wanted it. And I could see while they were doing it that it was getting better and better. They would change words, arrangements, rhythms, everything. Barry gave them the freedom to work this way because of his own perfectionist nature. I guess if they hadn't been doing it, he would have. Barry had such a knack. He'd just walk into the room where we were working and tell me what to do, and he'd be right. It was amazing. When I Want You Back was released in November 1969, it sold 2 million copies in 6 weeks and went to number one.
Hmm.
Our next single, ABC, came out in March 1970 and sold 2 million records in 3 weeks. I
Sheesh.
still like the part where I say, "Sit down, girl. I think I love you." "No, get up, girl. Show me what you can do." When our third single, The Love You Save, went to number one in June of 1970, Barry's promise came true. When our next single, I'll Be There, was also a big hit in the fall of that year, we realized we might even surpass Barry's expectations and be able to pay him back for all the effort he had made for us. My brothers and I, our whole family, were very proud. We had created a new sound for a new decade. It was the first time in recording history that a bunch of kids had made so many hit records. The Jackson 5 had never had much competition from kids our own age. In the amateur days, there was a kids group called the Five Stair Steps that we used to see. They were good, but they didn't seem to have the strong family unit that we did, and sadly, they broke up. After ABC hit the charts in such a big way, we started seeing other groups that record companies were grooming to ride the bandwagon we had built. I
As
enjoyed
usual.
all these groups, the Partridge Family, the Osmonds,
Uh,
the DeFranco Family. The Osmonds were already around, but they were doing a much different style of music, like barbershop harmony and crooning. As soon as we hit, they and the other groups got into soul real fast. We didn't
I
mind.
bet they did. I bet they did. That's the way of the world. Yep. Whatever's hot, okay. Let's go with whatever the wave is. That's the music industry. The Five Stair Steps. That is a dope name. That is a dope name. There is someone. Oh, I'm trying to remember because I asked the question: what if the Jackson Five? What if Jermaine was the lead and Michael never became the leader of the Jackson Five? There is this one group that I kept seeing like they would have been this such and such group. I don't know if I can find. I should be able to find it. Like there's one group that people kept talking about. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna let me play this. I'll see if I can find it. But yeah, like I bet you everybody was trying to follow the model, but you can't be the Jacksons. Like it's different cloth. Like it's different. Like you can't copy it.
Mind. Competition, as we know, was healthy. Our own relatives thought one bad apple was us. I remember
Mm.
being so little that they had a special apple crate for me to stand on with my name on it so I could reach the microphone. Microphones didn't go down far enough for kids my age. So many of my childhood years went by that way, with me standing on that apple box singing my heart out while other kids were outside playing. As I said before, in those early days, the corporation at Motown produced and shaped all our music. I remember lots of times when I felt the song should be sung one way and the producers felt it should be sung another way. But for a long time, I was very obedient and wouldn't say anything about it. Finally, it reached a point where I got fed up with being told exactly how to sing. This was in 1972 when I was 14 years old, around the time of the song Looking Through the Windows. They wanted
Mm.
me to sing a certain way, and I knew they were wrong. No matter what
Mm.
age you are, if you have it and you know it, then people should listen to you. I was furious with our producers and very upset. So I called Berry Gordy and complained. I said that they had always told me how to sing, and I had agreed all this time, but
Mm.
now they were getting too mechanical. So he came into the studio and told them to let me do what I wanted to do. I think he told them to let me be more free or something. And after that, I started adding a lot of vocal twists that they really ended up loving. I do a lot of ad-libbing, like twisting words or adding some edge.
Did I not? Yo. I promise you, y'all. I've never listened to this. I've never watched this. Or never read this book, or listened to this audio thing. I said there's something about Michael where it felt like he was able to ad lib and be free while he's singing. Did I not just say that? Did I not just say that? I took yo. Come on, y'all. Come on, Saints. I said there was something about it, like I feel like he's able to be free when he's singing it, yo. But I'm trying to remember looking through the window. I can't remember how that goes. And I low key don't want to play it because YouTube get crazy if you start playing copyrighted stuff. Let me just hear it. Let me just hear it without the mic picking it up. Hold on 1 second. But the Silvers is the group that I was thinking of that could have been the new Jackson, the Jackson 5 possibly. But hold on, let me hear. Oh, looking through the window. That's a fast-paced song. Okay, interesting. They're trying to be too technical. Like Michael, like, come on now, allow me to be free. That's interesting. Brady Gordon was very instrumental in teaching Michael how to market himself and basically become a persona. Yeah, that's a fact too. It's still a business. As much as show is show business. Always remember that.
To them. When Barry was in the studio with us, he would always add something that was right. He'd go from studio to studio, checking on different aspects of people's work, often adding elements that made the records better. Walt Disney used to do the same thing. He'd go check on his various artists and say, well, this character should be more outgoing. I always knew when Barry was enjoying something I was doing in the studio because he has this habit of rolling his tongue in his cheek when he's pleased by something. If things were really going well, he'd punch the air like the ex-professional boxer he is. My three favorite songs from those days are Never Can Say Goodbye, I'll Be There, and ABC.
Mm.
I'll never forget the first time I heard ABC. I thought it was so good. I remember feeling this eagerness to sing that song, to get in the studio and really make it work for us. We were still rehearsing daily and working hard. Some things didn't change, but we were grateful to be where we were. There were so many people.
That's I was supposed to do, man. There's so many lists I'm supposed to do. I promise I'm gonna try to get it done by this weekend. Do my favorite Jackson 5 songs. But off rip right now, without thinking, probably my favorite top 3 favorite Jackson songs Jackson 5 songs, not Jackson songs. We're strictly staying on Motown. Is I'll Be There, Love You Save, and, I'll Be There, Love You Save, and probably it might be Never Can Say Goodbye. That was still Motown, right? Never Can Say Goodbye. That was still Motown, right? Yeah, Never Can Say Goodbye. Yeah, I think that's my top three off the top without me really thinking.
Pulling for us, and we were so determined ourselves that it seemed anything could happen. Once I Want You Back came out, everyone at Motown prepared us for success. Diana loved it and presented us at a big-name Hollywood discotheque where she had us playing in a comfortable party atmosphere like at Barry's. Following directly on the heels of Diana's event came an invitation to play at the Miss Black America telecast. Being on the show would enable us to give people a preview of our record and our show. After we got the invitation, my brothers and I remembered our disappointment at not getting to go to New York to do our first TV show because Motown had called. Now we were going to do our first TV show, and we were with Motown. Life was very good. Diana, of course, put the cherry on top. She was going to host the Hollywood Palace and big Saturday night show. It would be her last appearance with the Supremes and the first major exposure for us. This meant a lot to Motown because by then they had decided that our new album would be called Diana Ross Presents the Jackson 5. Never before had a superstar like Diana passed the torch to a bunch of kids. Motown, Diana, and 5 kids from Gary, Indiana were all pretty excited. By then, I Want You Back had come out, and Barry was proven right again. All the stations that played Sly and the Beatles were playing us too. As I mentioned earlier, we didn't work as hard on the album as we did on the single, but we had fun trying out all sorts of songs, from Who's Lovin' You, the old Miracles song we were doing in the talent show days, to Zip-a-dee-doo-dah. We did songs on that
Yo,
album
that's
that
my
appealed
joint.
to a wide
I ain't gonna hold
audience,
you.
kids, teenagers.
Zippity doo that. That might be top three. That might be the top three, dog. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yo, that might be up there, bro. Zippity, yeah. Wonderful feeling. Yo. John just got so many hits, bro. It don't make no sense, dog.
Teenagers and grown-ups, and we all felt that was a reason for its big success. We knew that the Hollywood Palace had a live audience, a sophisticated Hollywood crowd, and we were concerned, but we had them from the first note. There was an orchestra in the pit, so that was the first time I heard all of I Want You Back performed live, because I wasn't there when they recorded the strings for the album. Doing that show made us feel like kings the way winning the citywide show in Gary had. Selecting the right songs for us to do was going to be a real challenge now that we weren't depending on other people's hits to win crowd. The Corporation guys and Hal Davis were put to work writing songs especially for us, as well as producing them. Barry didn't want to have to bail us all out again. So even after our first singles hit #1 on the charts, we were busy with the follow-ups. I Want You Back could have been sung by a grown-up, but ABC and The Love You Save were written for our young voices, with parts for Jermaine as well as me. Another bow to the Sly sound, which rotated singers around the stage. The Corporation had also written those songs with dance routines in mind. The steps our fans did at parties, as well as those we did on stage. The verses were tongue-twisting, and that's why they were split up between Jermaine and me. Neither of those records could have happened without I Want You Back. We were adding and subtracting ideas in the arrangements from that one mother lode of a song, but the public seemed to want everything we were doing. We later made 2 more records in the vein, Mama's Pearl and Sugar Daddy, which reminded me of my own schoolyard days. While I'm giving you the candy, he's getting all your love. We added one new wrinkle when Jermaine and I sang harmony together, which always got an enthusiastic response when we did it from the same mic on stage. The pros have told us that no group had a better start than we did.
Facts.
Ever.
Facts.
I'll Be There was our real breakthrough song. It was the one that said, "We're here to stay." It was #1 for 5 weeks, which is very unusual. That's a long time for a song, and the song was one of my favorites of all the songs we've ever done. How I love the words, "You and I must make a pact, we must bring salvation back." Willie Hutch and Berry Gordy didn't seem like people who'd write like that. They were always kidding around with us when we weren't in the studio.
That sounds like such something that Michael would have. I'll Be There sounds like something Michael would have wrote in his solo days, his epic days. It really, yeah, epic. It definitely sounds like something he would have wrote.
But that song grabbed me from the moment I heard the demo.
Yeah.
I didn't even know what a harpsichord was until that record's opening notes were played for us. The song was produced thanks to the genius of Hal Davis, assisted by Susie Akita, my other half, who stood next to me, song after song, making sure I put the right emotion and feeling and heart into the composition. It was a serious song, but we threw in a fun part when I sang, "Just look over your shoulder, honey."
Ooh.
Without the honey, that's right out of the Four Tops' great song, "Reach Out, I'll Be There." So we were feeling more and more like a part of Motown's history as well as its future. Originally, the plan was for me to sing all the bouncy stuff and Jermaine to do the ballads, but though Jermaine's voice at 17 was more mature, ballads were more my love, if not really my style, yet.
Yeah.
That was our fourth straight #1 as a group, and a lot of people liked Jermaine's song, "I Found That Girl," the B-side of "The Love You Save," just as much as the hits. We worked those songs into one big medley with plenty of room for dancing, and we went back to that medley when we...
I'll Be There from I'll Be There to Will You Be There. Look how I come around, though.
We performed on all kinds of TV shows. For instance, we played on The Ed Sullivan Show 3 different times. Motown always told us what to say in interviews back then, but Mr. Sullivan was one of the people who drew us out and made us feel comfortable. Looking back, I wouldn't say Motown was putting us in any kind of straitjacket or turning us into robots, even though I wouldn't have done it that way myself. And if I had children, I wouldn't tell them what to say. The Motown people were doing something with us that hadn't been done before, and who was to say what was the right way to handle that sort of stuff? Reporters would ask us all kinds of questions, and the Motown people would be standing by to help us out or monitor the questions if need be. We wouldn't have dreamed of trying anything that would embarrass them. I guess they were worried about the possibility of our sounding militant the way people were often doing in those days. Maybe they were worried after they gave us those afros that they had created little Frankensteins. Once a reporter asked a Black Power question, and the Motown person told him, "We didn't think about that stuff because we were a commercial product." It sounded weird, but we winked and gave the power salute when we left, which seemed to thrill the guy. We even had a reunion with Don Cornelius on his Soul Train show. He had been a local disc jockey during our Chicago days, so we all knew one another from that time. We enjoyed watching his show and picked up ideas from those dancers who were from our part of the country. The crazy days of the big Jackson 5 tours began right after the successes we had with our records. It started with a big arena tour in the fall of 1970. We played huge halls like Madison Square Garden and the Los Angeles Forum. When Never Can Say Goodbye was a big hit in 1971, we played 45 cities that summer, followed by 50 more cities later that year.
What? Y'all play 45 cities? 45 cities? Plus another 50 cities? What? That's crazy. 45 cities? Just for the summer? Bruh. 45 in a summer, dog. That's mind blowing. Yo, talk about work. How did Michael and the Jazz not want to quit music after after Motown? Like, I'm sure they still wanted to do it. 45 cities in the summer. How did they sleep? Did they sleep? Cause you still got to practice, rehearsal. 45. That's wild, bro.
I recall most of that time as a period of extreme closeness with my brothers. We have always been a very loyal and affectionate group. We clowned around, goofed off a lot together, and played outrageous pranks on each other and the people who worked with us. We never got too rowdy. No TVs sailed out of our hotel windows, but a lot of water was spilled on various heads. We were mostly trying to conquer the boredom we felt from being so long on the road. When you're bored on tour, you tend to do anything to cheer yourself up. Here we were, cramped up in these hotel rooms, unable to go anywhere because of the mobs of screaming girls outside, and we wanted to have some fun. I wish we could have captured some of the stuff we did on film, especially some of the wild pranks. We'd all wait until our security manager, Bill Bray, was asleep. Then we'd stage insane fast walk races in the hallways, pillow fights, tag team wrestling matches, shaving cream wars, you name it. We were
Shaving.
nuts. We'd drop balloons and paper bags full of water off hotel balconies and watch them explode. Then we'd die laughing. We threw stuff at each other and spent hours on the phone making fake calls and ordering immense room service meals
Oh my
that were
God.
delivered to the rooms of strangers. Anyone who walked into one of our bedrooms
These
had
guys were the little rascals. Hot damn. Like, yo, these guys were menaces. Like, meanwhile, probably like Jackie, who's the oldest? Just Jackie and Jermaine. Meanwhile, Jack and Jermaine probably trying to do a little bit different stuff. Probably. But yeah, that's crazy.
a 90% chance of being drenched by a bucket of water propped over the doors. When we'd arrive in a new city, we'd try to do all the sightseeing we could. We traveled with a wonderful tutor, Rose Fine, who taught us a great deal and made sure we did our lessons. It was Rose who instilled in me a love of books and literature that sustains me today. I read everything I could get my hands on. New cities meant new places to shop. We loved to shop, especially in bookstores and department stores, but as our fame spread, our fans transformed casual shopping trips into hand-to-hand combat. Being mobbed by near-hysterical girls was one of the most terrifying experiences for me in those days. I mean, it was rough. We'd decide to run into some department store to see what they had, and the fans would find out we were there and would demolish the place, just tear it up. Counters would get knocked over, glass would break, the cash registers would be toppled. All we had wanted to do was look at some clothes. When those mob scenes broke out, all the craziness and adulation and notoriety became more than we could handle. If you haven't witnessed a scene like that, you can't imagine what it's like.
Mm.
Those girls were serious. They still are. They don't realize they might hurt you because they're acting out of love. They mean well, but I can testify that it hurts to be mobbed. You feel as if you're going to suffocate or be dismembered. There are 1,000 hands grabbing at you. One girl is twisting your wrist this way while another girl is pulling your watch off. They
Wow.
grab your hair and pull it hard, and it hurts like fire. You fall against things and the scrapes are horrible. I still wear the scars, and I can remember in which city I got each of them. Early on, I learned how to run through crowds of thrashing girls outside of theaters, hotels, and airports. It's important to remember to shield your eyes with your hands because girls can forget they have nails during such emotional confrontations. I know the fans mean well, and I love them for their enthusiasm and support, but crowd scenes are scary. The wildest mob scene I ever witnessed happened the first time we went to England. We were in the air over the Atlantic when the pilot announced that he had just been told there were 10,000 kids waiting for us at Heathrow Airport. We
What?
couldn't believe it. We were excited, but if we could have turned around and flown home, we might have. We knew this was going to be something, but since there wasn't enough fuel to go back, we flew on. When we landed, we could see that the fans had literally taken over the whole airport.
Oh
It
my
was wild to be
gosh.
mobbed like that. My brothers and I felt fortunate to make it out of the airport alive that day. I wouldn't trade my memories of those days.
Yeah. Yeah, like you wonder. Yeah, this is why he wore shades and masks all the time and disguises all the time. Like he had to do that. He had to deal with that as a children. He had to deal with that as a child. Like just a mob of people. And for someone like me who was an antisocial extrovert, shout out to Kendrick Lamar. Like, oh my God, I can't stand being touched. Like I can't, unless it's someone that I rock with. I cannot stand being touched and be touched by random people. I don't care if they're a fan or not. Like that's gotta like that makes my skin crawl. Like ugh. That's gotta be scary as hell. Like remind me of the scene from American Dream where they were on stage. Then the fans just mobbed the stage, so they had to run out of the arena and get into the limo. Mm-mm. Like I don't know. I always ask myself. Looks like you're getting a little choppy. Hold on. Just hold on. Just hold on. Look like the stream a little choppy. Hold on, we waiting. We waiting. We waiting. Come on, Signal. Come on, Signal. Get it together. Get it together. Get it together. Get it together. Come on, we're almost at the home stretch, baby. Come on, come on, come on. All right, look like we good. All right, we're almost home. Almost home. When I think of home, I think of a place where that's love overflowing. All right, let's go. Let's go. But yeah, I always thought to myself, if I ever saw Michael in person, what would I do? And it's like, part of me feels like I would just freeze and like, I would just freeze and be like in shock. And then another part of me feels like I would be like, I don't want to bother him. I don't want to bother him. I don't want to bother him. And then the other part of me, another part of me feels like I'll be like, Michael, I'm so sorry. Like I would be like, I would treat him like a king. Like, so sorry, Michael. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But please, can I please just like, I don't know, get a picture or something with you, dog. Like I got to, bro. Like you, Michael Jackson, dog. Like so, I don't know. I don't know what I would do if I had ever saw Michael in person, bro. Like, how do you not be like, that's Michael freaking Jackson, dog? I gotta like, I want to touch him, but I'd be like, bro, I gotta like, I gotta get a picture with you or something. Like, I gotta like make sure this is real. I don't know. At the same time, I don't want to bother him though. They'd be like, man, I feel like I'm bothering him. Like he just wanted to go about his day. I don't know, but Michael always loved the fans though. Like he always showed love. Like you never see one instance where he treated his fans badly in public. So I just think it's how you do it. Just I'll be super respectful, you know.
Days with my brothers for anything. I often wish I could relive those days. We were like the seven dwarfs. Each of us was different. Each had his own personality.
Yeah.
Jackie was the athlete and the worrier. Tito was the strong, compassionate father figure. He was totally into cars and loved putting them together and tearing them apart. Jermaine was the one I was closest to when we were growing up. He was funny and easygoing and was constantly fooling around. It was Jermaine who put all those buckets of cold water on the doors of our hotel rooms.
Oh.
Marlon was and is one of the most determined people I've ever met. He too was a real joker and prankster. He used to be the one who'd always get in trouble in the early days because he'd be out of step or miss a note. But that was far from true later. The diversity of my brothers' personalities and the closeness we felt were what kept me going during those grueling days of constant touring. Everybody helped everybody. Jackie and Tito would keep us from going too far with our pranks. They'd seem to have us under control, and then Jermaine and Marlon would shout, "Let's go crazy!" I really miss all that. In the early days, we were together.
Let's go crazy. Let's get nuts.
All the time. We'd go to amusement parks or ride horses or watch movies. We did everything together. As soon as someone said, "I'm going swimming," we'd all yell, "Me too." The separation from my brothers started much later when they began to get married. An understandable change occurred as each of them became closest to his wife, and they became a family unit unto themselves. A part of me wanted us to stay as we were brothers who were also best friends. But change is inevitable and always good in one sense or another. We still love each other's company. We still have a great time when we're together. But the various paths our lives have taken won't allow us the freedom to enjoy one another's company as much as we did. In those days, touring with the Jackson 5, I always shared a room with Jermaine. He and I were close, both on stage and off, and shared a lot of the same interests. Since Jermaine was also the brother most intrigued by the girls who wanted to get at him, he and I would get into mischief on the road. I think our father decided early on that he had to keep a more watchful eye on us than on our other brothers. He would usually take the room next to ours, which meant he could come in to check on us any time through the connecting doors. I really despised this arrangement, not only because he could monitor our misbehavior, but also because he used to do the meanest things to us.
Oh,
Jermaine and I would be sleeping, exhausted after a show, and my father would bring a bunch of girls into the room. We'd wake up and they'd be standing there looking at us, giggling. Because show business and my career were my life,
I knew I wasn't crazy. I remember hearing that story about Joe putting random girls into his room and just locking the door. I forget where I heard that from. That's crazy, bro. Like, for your father to do that, what do you what? I don't understand. What would be the goal there? Seriously, like what would be the goal there to do that? That's crazy.
the biggest personal struggle I had to face during those teenage years did not involve the recording studios or my stage performance. In those days, the biggest struggle was right there in my mirror. To a great degree, my identity as a person was tied to my identity as a celebrity. My appearance began to really change when I was about 14. I grew quite a bit in height. People who didn't know me would come into a room expecting to be introduced to cute little Michael Jackson, and they'd walk right past me. I would say, "I'm Michael," and they would look doubtful. Michael was a cute little kid. I was a gangly adolescent heading toward 5 feet 10 inches. I was not the person they expected or even wanted to see. Adolescence is hard enough, but imagine having your own natural insecurities about the changes your body is undergoing, heightened by the negative reactions of others. They seemed so surprised that I could change, that my body was undergoing the same natural change everyone's does. It was tough. Everyone had called me cute for a long time, but along with all the other changes, my skin broke out in a terrible case of acne. I looked in the mirror one morning and it was like, oh no, I seemed to have a pimple for every oil gland. And the more I was bothered by it, the worse it got. I didn't realize it then, but my diet of greasy processed food didn't help either. I became subconsciously scarred by this experience with my skin. I got very shy and became embarrassed to meet people because my complexion was so bad. It really seemed that the more I looked in the mirror, the worse the pimples got. My appearance began to depress me. So I know that a case of acne can have a devastating effect on a person. The effect on me was so bad that it messed up my whole personality. I couldn't look at people when I talked to them. I looked down or away. I felt I didn't have anything to be proud of, and I didn't even want to go out. I didn't do anything. My brother Marlon would be covered with pimples, and he wouldn't care, but I didn't want to see anybody, and I didn't want anyone to see my skin in that shape. It makes you wonder about what makes us the way we are, that two brothers could be so different. I still had our hits records to be proud of, and once I hit the stage, I didn't think about anything else. All that worry was gone. But once I came off stage, there was that mirror to face again. Eventually, things changed. I started feeling differently about my condition. I've learned to change how I think and learned to feel better about myself. Most importantly, I changed my diet. That was the key. In the fall of 1971, I cut my first solo record,
Yeah,
Got to
no more KFC, Michael. You can't have no more KFC, bro.
Be There. It was wonderful working on that record, and it became one of my favorites. It was Berry Gordy's idea that I should do a solo recording, and so I became one of the first people in a Motown group to really step out. Barry also said he thought I should record my own album. Years later, when I did, I realized he was right. There was a small conflict during that era that was typical of the struggles I went through as a young singer. When you're young and have ideas, people often think you're just being childish and silly. We were on tour in 1972. The year Got to Be There became a big hit. One night I said
Hey,
to our record manager, "Before I sing that song, let me go off stage and grab that little hat I wore for the picture on the album cover. If the audience sees me wearing that hat, they'll go crazy." He thought it was the most ridiculous idea he had ever heard.
what?
I was not allowed to do it because I was young, and they all thought it was a dumb idea.
What?
Not long after that incident, Donny Osmond began wearing a very similar hat all over the country, and
Bruh.
people loved it. I felt good about my instincts. I had
So he said, "Oh, you're not gonna let me do it here? I got you. Motown 25. I got you. Don't worry about it." That's crazy. Michael even then knew. Like, come on. Like, what are we talking about? Michael even knew then. Like, they gonna go crazy. They familiarize themselves with my attire, with the hat. Like, they're gonna know. They're gonna recognize it. Like, sometimes lead children. I believe that children are the future. Let them go and let them lead the way. Like, come on, man. Shout out to Natalie Francis. What flag is this? I'm sorry, I'm not up to date on my flags. But much love, much love. Likewise, likewise. But to be, yeah, being that strategic at that young age is crazy. He's like, when he see the hat, they're gonna go crazy. Like, no, don't do that. Like, huh? Like, I'm on an album cover. I'm on posters. You don't think you're not going crazy for the hat? Sometimes adults, man, I don't know what they be on, but that's crazy. And then Ozzy, what he said, Osborne, one of the Osborns, ran with it.
Thought it would work. I had seen Marvin Gaye wear a hat when he sang Let's Get It On, and people went bananas.
Yeah,
They knew
the
what was
red.
coming when Marvin put that hat on. It
Yeah.
added excitement and communicated something to the audience that allowed them to become more involved with the show. I was already a devoted fan of film and animation by the time the Jackson 5 Saturday morning cartoon show started appearing over network television in 1971. Diana Ross had enhanced my appreciation of animation when she taught me to draw, but being a cartoon character pushed me over the brink into a full-time love of the movies and the kind of animated motion pictures pioneered by Walt Disney. I have such admiration for Mr. Disney and what he accomplished with the help of so many talented artists. When I think about the joy he and his company have brought to millions of children and adults the world over, I am in awe. I loved being a cartoon. It was so much fun to get up on Saturday mornings to watch cartoons and look forward to seeing ourselves on the screen. It was like a fantasy come true for all of us. My first real involvement with films came when I sang the title song for the movie Ben in 1972.
Mm.
Ben meant a lot to me. Nothing had ever excited me as much as going to the studio to put my voice on film. I had a great time. Later, when the movie came out, I'd go to the theater and wait until the end when the credits would flash on and it would say, Ben sung by Michael Jackson. I was really impressed by that. I loved the song and loved the story. Actually, the story was a lot like E.T. It was about a boy who befriended a rat. People didn't understand the boy's love for this little creature. He was dying of some disease, and his only true friend was Ben, the
Mm.
leader of the rats in the city where they lived. A lot of people thought the movie was a bit odd, but I was not one of them. The song went to #1 and is still a favorite of mine. I have always
Wow.
loved animals, and I enjoy reading about them and seeing movies in which they're featured. Chapter 3, Dancing Machine.
All right, hold on, Michael, hold on, cuz, hold on, cuz. That's great. I think that's Ben is his first. I think that's his first solo #1, right? But wow, shout out to Trinidad, Tobago, Caribbean. Let's go. Um, yeah, that's crazy. Like the instincts this guy had. Again, because Michael, for those that haven't been here the whole time, Michael really studied when he was rising to him and his brothers were rising through the ranks of trying to get to Motown, like, and they finally got to certain places. Michael will truly study the greats, James Brown, Jackie Wilson, Gene Kelly, all of them, like the movements, what they did, the mannerisms, and also just Michael has certain instincts that you can't teach. You can't teach those type of instincts to be like, yo, let me grab the hat, let me wear the hat. And they gonna know what song I'm doing. Like imagine if he would have did that every time he did "Who's Loving You." Like if he did "Who's Loving You" every time he grabbed the hat, bruh, the people go crazy.
The media write weird stuff about me all the time. The
Mm-hmm.
distortion of the truth bothers me. I usually don't read a lot of what is printed, although I often hear about it. I don't understand why they feel the need to make up things about me. I suppose if there's nothing scandalous to report, it's necessary to make things interesting. I take some small pride in thinking that I've come out pretty well. All things considered, a lot
Mm,
of children in the entertainment business ended up doing drugs and destroying themselves.
mm.
Frankie Lyme, Bobby Driscoll, any of a number of child stars. And I can understand their turning to drugs, considering the enormous stresses put upon them at a young age. It's a difficult life. Very few manage to maintain any semblance of a normal childhood. I myself have never even tried drugs, no marijuana, no cocaine, nothing. I mean, I haven't even tried these things. Forget it. This isn't to say we were never tempted. We were musicians doing business during an era when drug use was common. I don't mean to be judgmental. It's not even a moral issue for me. But I've seen drugs destroy too many lives to think they're anything to fool with. I'm
Mm.
certainly no angel, and I may have my own bad habits, but drugs aren't among them. By the time Ben came out, we knew that we were going to go around the world. American soul music had become as popular in other countries as blue jeans and hamburgers. We were invited to become a part of that big world, and in 1972 we began our first overseas tour with a visit to England. Though we'd never been there before or appeared on British television, people knew all the words to our songs. They even had wide scarves with our pictures on them and Jackson 5 written in big, broad letters. The
Don't you just feel like being in bed and just being curled up and just Michael just reading to you? Like, don't you just want to? Like, I just want to be curled up in my bed right now while Michael just talking right now, bro. I'm sorry. And by the way, I wish I could say the same for I hate drugs, but there are certain drugs I do not hate. But I'm gonna leave it at that. Let's go.
theaters were smaller than the ones we were used to playing in the United States, but the enthusiasm from the crowds was very gratifying as we'd finish each song. They didn't scream during the songs the way crowds did back home, so people over there could actually tell how good Tito was getting on the guitar because they could hear him. We took Randy along because we wanted to give him the experience and allow him to see what was going on. He wasn't officially part of our act, but stayed in the background with bongos. He had his own Jackson 5 outfit, so when we introduced him, people cheered. The next time we came back, Randy would be a part of the group. I had been the bongo player before Randy, and Marlon had played them before me, so it had become almost a tradition to break the new guy in on those crazy little drums. We had 3 years of hits behind us when we toured Europe that first time, so there was enough to please both the kids who followed our music and the Queen of England, whom we met at a Royal Command performance. That was very exciting for us. I had seen photographs of other groups, like the Beatles, meeting the Queen after Command performances, but I never dreamed we'd get the chance to play for her. England was our jumping off point, and it was different from any place we'd been before, but the farther we traveled, the more exotic the world looked. We saw the great museums of Paris and the beautiful mountains of Switzerland. Europe was an education in the roots of Western culture and in a way a preparation for visiting Eastern countries that were more spiritual. I was very impressed that the people there didn't value material things as much as they did animals and nature. For instance, China and Japan were places that helped me grow because these countries made me understand there was more to life than the things you could hold in your hand or see with your eyes, and in all of these countries the people had heard of us and liked our music. Australia and New Zealand, our next stops, were English speaking, but we met people who were still living in tribes in the outback. They greeted us as brothers even though they didn't speak our language. If I'd ever
Wow.
needed proof that all men could be brothers, I certainly had it during that tour.
Wow.
And then there was Africa. We had read up on Africa because our tutor, Miss Fine, had prepared special lessons on the customs and history of each country we visited. We didn't get to see the prettier parts of Africa,
Mm.
but the ocean and the shore and the people were unbelievably beautiful near the coast where we were. We went to a game reserve one day and observed animals roaming wild. The music was eye-opening too. The rhythms were phenomenal. When we first came off the plane, it was dawn, and there was a long line of Africans dancing in their native costumes with drums and shakers.
Oh,
They were
that's dope.
dancing all around, welcoming us. They were really into it. Boy, it was something. What a perfect way to welcome us to Africa. I'll never forget that. And the craftspeople in the marketplace were incredible. People were making things as we watched and selling other things. I remember one man who made beautiful wood carvings. He'd ask you what you wanted, and you'd say, a man's face. And he'd take a piece from a tree trunk, slice it, and create this remarkable face. You could watch him do it right before your eyes. I'd just sit there and watch people step up to ask him to make something for them, and he'd do this whole thing over and over. It was a visit to Senegal that made us realize how fortunate we were and how our African heritage had helped to make us what we were. We visited an old abandoned slave camp at Gore Island, and we were so moved. The African people had given us gifts of courage and endurance that we couldn't hope to repay. I guess if Motown could have had us age the way they wanted us to, they would have wanted Jackie to stay the age he was when we became a headline act and have each of us catch up with him, although I think they'd have wanted to keep me a year or so younger so I could still be a child star. That may sound nonsensical, but it really wasn't much more far-fetched than the way they were continuing to mold us, keeping us from being a real group with its own internal direction and ideas. We were growing up and we were expanding creatively. We had so many ideas we wanted to try out, but they were convinced that we shouldn't fool with a successful formula.
So first of all, going back to him touring and everything, like this is why I believe Michael was able to make songs like Earth Song, We Are the World, Will You Be There, like things of that nature, because he was able to see people for who they are. Like we're all part of the same race, the human race. We all are the same. We might look different, we might sound different, we might speak different. We are all the same. It's only these entities that try to divide us, but with social constructs. Like that's why Michael is the biggest artist ever, because he understood that we're all connected, we're all one, and that's the music that he made. So, but it's also interesting to hear him talk about Motown trying to keep them down, keep them young, and just stick with the same formula instead of taking a risk and trying to expand, which explains why they left Motown. Because you can't just stick to the same formula. You have to evolve. You have to change. But a lot of these labels, man, they just want to keep the same old, same old. It doesn't work like that.
At least they didn't drop us as soon as my voice changed, as some said they might. It got to the point that it seemed there were more guys in the booth than there were on the studio floor at any given time. They all seemed to be bumping into one another, giving advice and monitoring our music. Our loyal fans stuck with us on records like I Am Love and Skywriter. These songs were musically ambitious pop recordings with sophisticated string arrangements, but they weren't right for us. Sure, we couldn't do ABC all our lives. That was the last thing we...
I like I Am Love is definitely ambitious. It's for sure ambitious. I think they tried to do I Am Love a couple years too early. Had they did I Am Love during the Destiny era, I think they would have been better off. It's just a little bit too early to do I Am Love, in my opinion.
wanted. But even the older fans thought
And
ABC
Skywalker.
had more going for it, and that was hard for us to live with. During the mid-70s, we were in danger of becoming an oldies act, and I wasn't even 18 yet.
That's crazy.
When Jermaine married Hazel Gordy, our boss's daughter,
Oh!
people were winking at us, saying that we'd always be looked after. Indeed, when Get It Together came out in 1973, it got the same treatment from Barry that I Want You Back had gotten. It was our biggest hit in 2 years, though you could have said it was more like a bone transplant than the spanking little baby that our first hit was. Nevertheless, Get It Together had good, tough, low harmony, a sharper wah-wah guitar, and strings that buzzed like fireflies. Radio stations liked it, but not as much as the new dance clubs called discos did. Motown picked up on this and brought back Hal Davis from the Corporation days to really put the juice into Dancing Machine. The Jackson 5 were no longer just the backup group for the 101 strings or whatever. Motown had come a long way from the early days when you could find good studio musicians supplementing their session pay with bowling alley gigs. A new sophistication turned up in the music on Dancing Machine. That song had the best horn part we'd worked with yet, and a bubble machine in the break, made out of synthesizer noise that kept the song from going completely out of style. Disco music had its detractors, but to us it seemed our rite of passage into the adult world. I loved Dancing Machine, loved the groove and the feel of that song. When it came out in 1974, one was determined to find a dance move that would enhance the song and make it more exciting to perform, and I hoped more exciting to watch. So when we sang Dancing Machine on Soul Train, I did a street-style dance move called the Robot, That performance was a lesson to me in the power of television. Overnight Dancing Machine rose to the top of the charts, and
Mm,
within a few days it seemed that every kid in the United States was doing the robot. I had never seen anything like it.
that is crazy. Like I always wonder, like certain songs, like what made Michael decide to do certain things. So during the breakdown, they're like, we got to find a dance move to do during that during that breakdown. And Michael's like, okay. And so he's studying whatever is hot at the time. And he's like, okay, I'll do the robot. And what was Michael, like 15? He had to be like 15 during that time. And his robot, bro, like it just doesn't make sense for someone that young to be like, yeah, it don't make sense for him to be that smart and that talented. Like his robot looked like somebody that was dancing for 20 years. Like that's crazy. Like that's crazy, bro. Like man, like it was destiny, destiny. Like bro, and hard work.
Motown and the Jackson Five could agree on one thing. As our act grew, our audience should too. We had two recruits coming up. Randy had already toured with us, and Janet was showing talent with her singing and dancing lessons. We couldn't put Randy and Janet into our old lineup any more than we could put square pegs into round holes. I wouldn't insult their considerable talent by saying that show business was so in their blood that they just took their places automatically and as if we'd reserved a spot for them. They worked hard and earned their places in the group. They didn't join us because they ate meals with us and shared our old toys. If you just went by blood, I'd have as much crane operator in me as singer. You can't measure these things. Dad worked us hard and kept certain goals in sight while spinning dreams at night. Just as disco might have seemed like a very unlikely place for a kids group to become a grown-up act, Las Vegas, with its showcase theaters, wasn't exactly the family atmosphere that Motown had originally groomed us for, but we decided to play there just the same. There wasn't much to do in Las Vegas if you didn't gamble, but we thought of the theaters in the city as just big clubs with the club hours and clientele of our Gary and Southside Chicago days, except for the tourists. Tourist crowds were a good thing for us since they knew our old hits and would watch our skits and listen to new songs without getting restless. It was great to see the delight on their faces when little Janet came out in her Mae West costume for a number or two. We had performed skits before in a 1971 TV special called Going Back to Indiana, which
Mm,
celebrated our Gary homecoming, the first time we all decided to return.
hmm.
Our records had become hits all over the world since we'd seen our hometown last. It was even more fun to do skits with 9 of us instead of just 5, plus whatever guests happened to appear with us. Our expanded lineup was a dream come true for Dad. Looking back, I know the Las Vegas shows were an experience I'll never recapture. We didn't have the high-pressure concert crowd wanting all our hit songs and nothing more. We were temporarily freed from the pressures of having to keep up with what everyone else was doing. We had a ballad or two in every show to break in my new voice. At 15, I was having to think about things like that. There were people from CBS television at our Las Vegas shows, and they approached.
I really wonder like how nervous Michael, because you know how crazy Michael gets over everything. So when he started to hear his voice change, I wonder how he really felt about that. Because a lot of those songs he is singing so high pitched, so you really have to change not only the you have to change not only the how he sings it, but how the song is arranged, because you have to completely tone down everything now, because his voice is too low. Oh my gosh.
Us about doing a variety show for the upcoming summer. We were very interested and pleased that we were being recognized as more than just a Motown group. Over
Mm,
time, this distinction would not be lost
that's
on us.
crazy.
Because we had creative control over our Las Vegas review, it was harder for us to return to our lack of freedom in recording and writing music once we got back to Los Angeles. We'd always intended to grow and develop in the musical field. That was our bread and butter, and we felt we were being held back. Sometimes I felt we were being treated as if we still lived in Berry Gordy's house, and with Jermaine now a son-in-law, our frustration was only heightened. By the time we began putting our own act together, there were signs that other Motown institutions were changing. Marvin Gaye took charge of his own music and produced his masterpiece album, What's Going On.
Mm-hmm.
Stevie Wonder was learning more about electronic keyboards than the experienced studio hired guns. They were coming to him for advice.
Mm.
One of our last great memories from our Motown days is of Stevie leading us in chanting to back up his tough, controversial song, You Haven't Done Nothin'. Though Stevie and
Mm.
Marvin were still in the Motown camp, they had fought for, and won, the right to make their own records and even to publish their own songs. Motown hadn't even budged with us. To them, we were still kids, even if they weren't dressing us and protecting us any longer. Our problems with Motown began around 1974 when we told them in no uncertain terms that we wanted to write and produce our own songs. Basically, we didn't like the way our music sounded at the time. We had a strong competitive urge, and we felt we were in danger of being eclipsed by other groups who were creating a more contemporary sound. Motown said, "No, you can't write your own songs. You've got to have songwriters and producers." They not only refused to grant our request, they told us it was taboo to even mention that we wanted to do our own music. I really got discouraged and began to seriously dislike all the material Motown was feeding us.
And the thing with that is, it's not a thing of them thinking that they're not talented enough to do it. It's the inverse. They know that they are talented enough to do it because if you take out the middleman, which is the songwriters, the producers, the engineers, eventually they're going to be like, well, what do we need Motown for? We could do all this ourselves. Exactly. So that's why Motown pushed back so much on people doing their own thing because eventually they're going to find out, I don't need y'all to do this. We can do it on our own. Boom. A lot of these labels want to make artists dependent on them. That's why when they get the information or they try to do something and branch out, they push back.
Eventually, I became so disappointed and upset that I wanted to leave Motown behind. When I feel that something is not right, I have to speak up. I know most people don't think of me as tough or strong-willed, but that's just because they don't know me. Eventually, my brothers and I reached a point with Motown where we were miserable, but no one was saying anything. My brothers didn't say anything. My father didn't say anything. So it was up to me to arrange a meeting with Berry Gordy and talk to him. I was the one who had to say that we, the Jackson Five, were going to leave Motown. I went over to see him face to face, and it was one of the most difficult things I've ever done. If I had been the only one of us who was unhappy, I might have kept my mouth shut, but there had been so much talk at home about how unhappy we all were that I went in and talked to him and told him how we felt. I told him I was unhappy. Remember,
Wow, I don't think I knew that. So it was Michael that basically was the one that spearheaded that. I don't know why I would have thought. I mean, I guess because of how the movie sets it up, they make it as if Joe was the one to do it. But Michael was the one. Wow, that is crazy. I mean, yeah, yeah, that's very strong and smart. Yeah, because at the end of the day, I do believe Michael. If he was the only one that felt like that, he would have just shut up. But the fact that his brothers felt the same way that he did, and his father felt the same way, is like I have to speak up. And I'm the only one that really has the power because I'm the lead singer. So if anybody's going to have the power to say anything, and plus Barry is damn near a second father to me, I can do it. But I know, man, I that's part of. Hopefully, they put that in the movie that we never got to really see or hear about. Is that right there? Like, I really want to see that part in the movie and how the speech went and how nervous he was. Uh, yeah, I want to say it probably was 16, right? He probably was 74. So yeah, he probably was 16 when he did that, which again is insane. To you basically have the whole, you basically are controlling your whole family's future with that one meeting. When you really think about it, because it's not just about Michael, it's about his brothers, it's about his sisters, it's about his father, it's about their whole entire family. Depending on how that meeting goes, you have to orchestrate that and navigate that. So the pressure on his shoulders at 16 or close to that range is crazy.
I love Berry Gordy. I think he's a genius, a brilliant man who's one of the giants of the music business. I have nothing but respect for him, but that day I was a lion. I complained that we weren't allowed any freedom to write songs and produce. He told me that he still thought we needed outside producers to make hit records. But I knew better. Barry was talking out of anger. That was a difficult meeting, but we're friends again, and he's still like a father to me. Very proud of me and happy about my success. No matter what, I will always love Barry because he taught me some of the most valuable things I've learned in my life. He's the man who told the Jackson Five they would become a part of history. And that is exactly what happened. Motown has done so much for so many people over the years. I feel we're fortunate to have been one of the groups Barry personally introduced to the public, and I owe enormous thanks to this man. My life would have been very different without him. We all felt that Motown started us, supporting our professional careers. We all felt our roots were there, and we all wished we could stay. We were grateful for everything they had done for us, but change is inevitable. I'm a person of the present, and I have to ask, how are things going now? What's happening now? What's going to happen in the future that could affect what has happened in the past? It's important for artists always to maintain control of their lives and work. There's been a big problem in the past with artists being taken advantage of. I've learned that a person can prevent that from happening by standing up for what he or she believes is right without concern for the consequences. We could have stayed with Motown, but if we had, we'd probably be an oldies act. I knew it was time for change, so we followed our instincts, and we won when we decided to try for a fresh start with another label, Epic. We were relieved that we had finally made our feelings clear and cut the ties that were binding us, but we were also really devastated when Jermaine decided to stay with Motown. He was Barry's son-in-law, and his situation was more complicated than ours. He thought it was more important for him to stay than to leave, and Jermaine always did as his conscience told him, so he left the group. I clearly
Always did what his conscience told him. Um, I, I could understand that being a very difficult decision. I feel like the way the movie set it up, and I do believe. I mean, I don't think I've heard Hazel talk one time all these years. I don't think I've heard her speak once. Um, Jermaine's wife or wife at the time, yeah. So I understand that being a very difficult decision to make, but I do find it to be kind of wild that you really chose. You basically chose to go against your own family, kind of, but at the same time, it's still your wife. But I don't think your wife would have been bugging if you would have left Motown though. So I don't know. I don't know. That's a very tricky thing. But I just find it to be wild. You kind of abandoned your family for your new family, and again, it's not. I think, in all honesty, I think he wanted to be solo. He wanted to go his own route. Yeah, 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 exactly. That's what I'm thinking. I know I'm projecting, but I think this is the perfect opportunity for him um, to to go on his own. I think he wanted to do that for the longest anyway. That's just me. But that was wrong with Painhead is crazy. Yo.
really remember the first show we did without him because it was so painful for me. Since my earliest days on the stage, and even in our rehearsals in our Gary living room, Jermaine stood at my left with his bass. I depended on being next to Jermaine, and when I did that first show without him there, with no one next to me, I felt totally naked on stage for the first time in my life. So we worked harder to compensate for the loss of one of our shining stars, Jermaine. I remember that show well because we got 3 standing ovations. We worked hard. When Jermaine left the group, Marlon had a chance to take his place, and he really shone on stage. My
Mm-hmm.
brother Randy officially took my place as bongo player and the baby of the band. Around the time that Jermaine left, things were further complicated for us because of the fact that we were doing a stupid summer replacement TV series. It was a dumb move to agree to do that show, and I hated every minute of it. I had loved the old Jackson 5 cartoon show. I used to wake up early on Saturday mornings and say, I'm a cartoon. But I hated doing this television show because I felt it would hurt our recording career rather than help it. I think a TV series is the worst thing an artist who has a recording career can do. I kept saying, but this is going to hurt our record sales. And others said, no, it's going to help them. They were totally wrong. We had to dress in ridiculous outfits and perform.
Huh. Interesting. So I guess he's talking about ironically, he's talking about the variety show. So he thought the variety show would hurt them. I mean, I'm trying to think why would the show hurt them? I think it would give them more exposure, right? And it will also give them. It's kind of like outside of mind. A lot of times we forget about artists' hits and things of that nature. I would think that it would help them. That is intriguing. Yeah, he said the ridiculous outfits. I would have thought Michael would have. Michael was a great actor then because on the show you couldn't tell that he hated doing the show. Interesting. I feel like people wouldn't take them seriously. Wow, interesting.
Stupid comedy routines to canned laughter. It was also fake. We didn't have time to learn or master anything about television. We had to create 3 dance numbers a day trying to meet a deadline. The Nielsen ratings controlled our lives from week to week. I'd never do it again. It's a dead-end road. What happens is partly psychological. You are in people's homes every week and they begin to feel they know you too well. You're doing all this silly comedy to canned laughter and your music begins to recede into the background. When you try to get serious again and pick up your career where you left off, you can't because you're overexposed. People are thinking of you as the guys who do the silly, crazy routines. One week you're Santa Claus, the next week you're Prince Charming, another week you're a rabbit. It's crazy because you lose your identity in the business. The rocker image you had is gone. I'm not a comedian. I'm not a show host. I'm a musician. That's why I've turned down offers to host the Grammy Awards and the American Music Awards. Is it really entertaining for me to get up there and crack a few weak jokes and force people to laugh because I'm Michael Jackson when I know in my heart that I'm not funny? After our TV show, I can remember doing theaters in the round where
You're funny, Michael. You're just a comedian. But that is a good. I can see it from Michael's side. I can definitely see it from Michael's side for sure. Especially because they were kids still. They were teenagers. So I think it is I could definitely see the point of view of like, oh, these just are fun, crazy, wild. Shout out to my 90s babies, wild and crazy kids, or 80s babies too. Y'all remember the show Wild and Crazy Kids? But I could definitely see that of like them not being artists, them being comedians or being entertainers that shouldn't be taken seriously. I can see that for sure. I can see that. So wow, that is intriguing.
after our TV show, I can remember doing theaters in the round where the stage didn't revolve because if they had turned it, we would have been singing to some empty seats. I learned something from that experience, and I was the one who refused to renew our contract with the network for another season.
Oh, wow.
I just told my father and brothers that I thought it was a big mistake, and they understood my point of view. I had actually had a lot of misgivings about the show before we started taping it, but I ended up agreeing to give it a try because everyone thought it would be a great experience and very good for us. The problem with TV is that everything must be crammed into a little space of time. You don't have time to perfect anything. Schedules, tight schedules, rule your life. If you're not happy with something, you just forget it and move on to the next routine. I'm a perfectionist by nature. I like things to be the best they can be. I want people to hear or watch something I've done and feel that I've given it everything I've got. I feel I owe an audience that courtesy. On the show, our sets were sloppy, the lighting was often poor, and our choreography was rushed. Somehow, the show was a big hit. There was a popular show on opposite us, and we beat them out in the Nielsen's. CBS really wanted to keep us, but I knew that show was a mistake. As it turned out,
So because I'm trying to think like, why did Michael not like that show? Like to me, it was very entertaining. You got to see another side of the Jacksons and the sisters um, do some of their songs, and they got to like remix it and do a new version of it, which I thought was really cool. None of the performances were bad at all. All of them were good. So I'm like, man, why did Michael not like it? But then when I'm thinking of, well, there are a lot of episodes where it doesn't feel polished. It doesn't feel all the way completed. And knowing Michael, the way he said he's a perfectionist, it's like, that makes sense. Like Michael, I think how Michael had his way, he might have did 3 episodes and them all be the way he truly envisioned it and wanted it to be. But to do like 12, 15 episodes, and it's like, it just, I can see why Michael would hate doing a variety show, especially again because it's TV, you're rushed, you don't have the ability to really, like an album, like he treats it like an album. Like I want to be able to thoroughly go over each scene, each situation, and it's like I can't do that because we got to rush to the next episode or to the next scene, and now it's like, what are we really doing? So I get what Michael's saying. Meanwhile, my whole chat is still arguing over Little Susie, by the way. Shout out to y'all. Even Little Susie, we cannot expect it to be upbeat and vibey because it's about a child's death. Yep, true. It was supposed to be uncomfortable because the backstory was not a love story. No, I get it. Little Sushi is crazy, by the way. Little Sushi? Nah. All right, let me shut up.
it did hurt our record sales and it took us a while to recover from the damage.
It
When
did?
you know something's wrong for you, you have to make difficult decisions and trust your instincts.
But why would it hurt his record sales? I would think it would have boosted his record sales, no? Like seeing them be more funny and joke around, like why would that hurt them? I'm confused by that. That doesn't make sense to me.
I rarely did TV after that. The Motown 25 special is the only show that comes to mind. Barry asked me to be on that show, and I kept trying to say no, but he finally talked me into it. I told him I wanted to do Billie Jean, even though it would be the only non-Motown song on the show, and he readily agreed. Billie Jean was #1 at the time. My brothers and I really rehearsed for the show. I choreographed our routines, so I was pretty wrapped up in those numbers, but I had a good notion of what I wanted to do with Billie Jean. I had a sense that the routine had worked itself out in my mind while I was busy with other things. I asked someone to rent or buy me a black fedora, a spy hat, and the day of the show I began putting the routine together. I'll never forget that night because when I opened my eyes at the end, people were on their feet applauding. I was overwhelmed by the reaction. It felt so good. Our only break during the Motown to Epic switch was the TV show. While that was all going on, we heard that Epic had Kenny Gamble and Leon Huff working on demos for us. We were told we'd be recording in Philadelphia after our shows were all done.
Shout out to
If
Philly.
there was anyone who stood to gain the most from switching labels, it was Randy, who was now part of the Five. But now that he finally was one of us, we were no longer known as the Jackson Five. Motown said that the group's name was the
I mean, technically, it's still with the Jackson 5. But, yeah.
company's registered trademark, and that we couldn't use it when we left. That was hardball, of course, so we called ourselves the Jacksons from that time on. Dad had met with the Philly guys while negotiations were going on with Epic. We'd always had great respect for the records that Gamble and Huff had overseen, records like Backstabbers by the OJs, If You Don't Know Me By Now, by Harold Melvin and the Blue Notes, featuring Teddy Pendergrass,
Shout out to
and
Teddy.
When Will I See You Again by the 3 Degrees, along with many other hits. They told Dad they'd been watching us, and they said they wouldn't mess with our singing. Dad mentioned that we were hoping to have a song or two of our own included in the new album, and they promised to give them a fair hearing. We'd gotten to talk with Kenny and Leon and their team of people, which included Leon McFadden and John Whitehead. They showed what they could do for themselves when they made Ain't No Stoppin' Us Now in 1979. Dexter Wansel was also a part of this team. Kenny Gamble and Leon Huff are such pros, I actually got a chance to watch them create as they presented songs to us, and that helped my songwriting a lot. Just watching Huff play the piano while Gamble sang taught me more about the anatomy of a song than anything else. Kenny Gamble is a master melody man. He made me pay closer attention to the melody because of watching him create. And I would watch too. I'd sit there like a hawk, observing every decision, listening to every note. They'd come to us in our hotel and play a whole album's worth of music for us. That's the way we'd be introduced to the songs they had chosen for our album aside from the 2 songs we were writing ourselves. It was an amazing thing to be present for. We had cut some demos of our songs at home during our breaks from shooting, but we decided to wait on those. We felt there was no sense putting a gun to anyone's head. We knew that Philly had a lot to offer us, so we'd save our surprise for them later. Our 2 songs, Blues Away and Style of Life, were 2 hard secrets to keep at the time because we were so proud of them. Style of Life was a jam that Tito directed, and it was in keeping with the nightclub groove that Dancing Machine got us into, but we kept it a little leaner and meaner than Motown would have cut it. Blues Away was one of my first songs, and though I don't sing it anymore, I'm not embarrassed to hear it. I couldn't have gone on in this business if I had ended up hating my own records after all that work. It's a light song about overcoming a deep depression. I was going for the Jackie Wilson Lonely Teardrops way of laughing on the outside to stop the churning inside. When we saw the cover art for the Jacksons album, the first we cut for Epic, we were surprised to see that we all looked alike. Even Tito looked skinny. I had my crown afro then, so I didn't stick out so much, I guess. Still, once we performed our new songs like Enjoy Yourself and Show You the Way to Go, people knew I was still second from the left, right out front. Randy took Tito's old spot on my far right, and Tito moved into the old place Jermaine had. It took a long time for me to feel comfortable with that, as I've mentioned, though it was through no fault of Tito's. Those 2 singles were fun records. Enjoy Yourself was great for dancing. It had rhythm guitar and horns that I really liked. It was also a #1 record. For my taste, I leaned a little more toward Show You the Way to Go because it showed what good regard the Epic people had for our singing. We were all over that record, and it was the best one we did. I loved the high hat and strings fluttering alongside us like birds' wings.
I agree.
I'm surprised that song in particular wasn't a bigger hit, though we couldn't spell it out. We kind of hinted about our situation in a song called
I'm shocked too. Like, Show You the Way to Go. Like, it's a perfect song to where it's not too upbeat, it's not too slow. It's like right in the middle. Like, it's a mid tempo, great harmonization, great instrumentation. Michael's not like over singing. Like, I don't know how that song didn't go more. Like, that's crazy to me. Get together, be as one. Like, what? Let me show you the way to go. What?
Living Together, which Kenny and Leon chose with us in mind. If we're going to stick together, we've got to be a family. Have yourself a real good time, but don't you know it's getting late? The strings pointed and thrust like they did in Backstabbers, but that was a Jackson's message, even if it wasn't in the Jackson style yet. Gamble and Huff had written enough songs for another album, but we knew from experience that while they were doing what they did best, we were losing some of our identity. We were honored to be a part of the Philly family, but that wasn't enough for us. We were determined to do all of the things we had wanted to do for so many years. That's why we had to go back into our Encino studio and work together again as a family. Going Places, our second album for Epic, was different from our first. There were more songs with messages and not as many dance songs. We knew that the message to promote peace and let music take over was a good one, but again, it was more like the old OJ's Love Train and not really our style. Still, maybe it wasn't a bad thing that there was no big pop hit on Going Places because it made Different Kind of Lady an obvious choice for club play. It was positioned in the middle of side 1, so there were 2 Gamble and Huff songs sandwiching it, and our song stood out like a ball of fire. That was a real band cooking, with the Philly horns giving it one exclamation point after another, just as we'd hoped. That's the feel we were trying for when we were making demos with our old friend Bobby Taylor before going to Epic. Kenny and Leon put the finishing touches on it, the icing, but on this one, we'd baked the cake ourselves. After Going Places was in the stores, Dad asked me to accompany him to a meeting with Ron Alexenberg. Ron signed us for CBS, and he really believed in us. We wanted to convince him that we were ready now to take charge of our own music. We felt that CBS had evidence of what we could do on our own, so we stated our case, explaining that we'd originally wanted Bobby Taylor to work with us. Bobby had stuck with us through all those years, and we had thought he'd be a fine producer for us. Epic wanted Gamble and Huff because they had the track record, but maybe they were the wrong jockeys or we were the wrong horses for them because we were letting them down in the sales department through no fault of our own. We had a strong work ethic that backed up everything we did. Mr. Alexan.
Yeah, I think those first albums, outside of the Jacksons album, it's like it doesn't feel like the other albums. Just it doesn't feel like the Jacksons. It's hard to explain. I feel like they didn't really have their identity outside of the Jacksons album until you get to Destiny. Like Going Places is cool. I think there's a few other albums that are cool, but it doesn't feel like they have their identity yet. It said Going Places, well places, Heartbreak Hotels, I guess. Heartbreak Hotel. Like, I find it to be interesting. Like, Different Kind of Lady, also shot did not go up. Different Kind of Lady almost feels like it would have been better. I think Different Kind of Lady probably works better for like a OJ's or Teddy Pendergrass and Melvin the Blue Notes. I think it was a little bit, I don't know, it might have been a little bit too mature for them at that time. Just a little bit. Like, especially Michael, I think it was kind of difficult. I think it was a little bit difficult for him to navigate that song to where he didn't really feel free on that song. Like, if you listen to the album, Michael's not really riffing or really going crazy like that. I don't know. Like, like, I love that song though. Like the do 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 do, almost like Stevie Wonder a little bit.
Was certainly used to dealing with performers, although I'm sure that among his business friends he could be just as cutting about musicians as we musicians could be when we were swapping our own stories among ourselves. But Dad and I were on the same wavelength when it came to the business side of music. People who make music and people who sell records are not natural enemies. I care as much about what I do as a classical musician, and I want what I do to reach the widest possible audience. The record people care about their artists, and they want to reach the widest market. As we sat in the CBS boardroom eating a nicely catered lunch, we told Mr. Alexenberg that Epic had done its best, and it wasn't good enough. We felt we could do better, that our reputation was worth putting on the line. When we left that skyscraper known as Black Rock, Dad and I didn't say much to each other. The ride back to the hotel was a silent one, with each of us thinking our own thoughts. There wasn't much to add to what we had already said. Our whole lives had been leading to that single important confrontation, however civilized and above board it was. Maybe Ron Alexenberg has had reason to smile over the years when he remembers that day. When that meeting took place at CBS headquarters in New York, I was only 19 years old. I was carrying a heavy burden for 19. My family was relying on me more and more as far as business and creative decisions were concerned, and I was so worried about trying to do the right thing for them, but I also had an opportunity to do something I'd wanted to do all my life, act in a film. Ironically, the old Motown connection was paying a late dividend. Motown had bought the rights to film the Broadway show known as The Wiz, even as we were leaving the company. The Wiz was an updated, black-oriented version of the great movie The Wizard of Oz, which I had always loved. I remember that when I was a kid, The Wizard of Oz was shown on television once a year and always on a Sunday night. Kids today can't imagine what a big event that was for all of us because they've grown up with video cassettes and the expanded viewing that cable provides. I had seen the Broadway show too, which was certainly no letdown. I swear I saw it 6 or 7 times. I later became very friendly with the star of the show, Stephanie Mills, the Broadway Dorothy. I told
Oh, we know. Nah, let me show.
her then, and I've always believed since, that it was a tragedy that her performance in the play could not have been preserved on film. I cried time after time, as much as I liked the Broadway stage, and try to improve. You can't do that in an untaped or unrecorded performance. It makes me sad to think of all the great actors who have played roles we would give anything to see, but they're lost to us because they couldn't be, or simply weren't, recorded. If I had been tempted to go on stage, it would probably have been to work with Stephanie, although her performances were so moving that I might have cried right there in front of the audience. Motown bought The Wiz for one reason, and as far as I was concerned, it was the best reason possible: Diana Ross.
Mm.
Diana was close to Berry Gordy and had her loyalties to him and to Motown, but she did not forget us just because our records now had a different label on them. We had been in touch throughout the changes, and she had even met up with us in Las Vegas, where she gave us tips during our run there. Diana was going to play Dorothy, and since it was the only part that was definitely cast, she encouraged me to audition. She also assured me that Motown would not keep me from getting a part just to spite me or my family. She would make sure of that if she had to, but she didn't think she'd have to. She didn't. It was Berry Gordy who said he hoped I'd audition for The Wiz. I was very fortunate he felt that way because I was bitten by the acting bug during that experience. I said to myself, this is what I'm interested in doing when I have a chance. This is it. When you make a film, you're capturing something elusive and you're stopping time. The people, their performances, the story become a thing that can be shared by people all over the world for generations and generations. Imagine never having seen Captains Courageous or To Kill a Mockingbird. Making movies is exciting work. It's such a team effort, and it's also a lot of fun. Someday soon I plan to devote a lot of my time to making films. I auditioned for the part of the Scarecrow because I thought his character best fit my style. I was too bouncy for the Tin Man and too light for the Lion, so I had a definite goal, and I tried to put a lot of thought into my reading and dancing for the part. When I got the call back from the director, Sidney Lumet, I felt so proud but also a little scared. The process of making a film was new to me, and I was going to have to let go of my responsibilities to my family and my music for months. I had visited New York, where we were shooting, to get the feel for Harlem that the Wiz's story called for, but I had never lived there. I was surprised by how quickly I got used to the lifestyle. I enjoyed meeting a whole group of people I'd always heard about on the other coast, but had never laid eyes on. Making The Wiz was an education for me on so many levels. As a recording artist, I already felt like an old pro, but the film world was completely new to me. I watched as closely as I could and learned a lot. During this period in my life, I was searching both consciously and unconsciously. I was feeling some stress and anxiety about what I wanted to do with my life now that I was an adult. I was analyzing my options and preparing to make decisions that could have a lot of repercussions. Being on the set of The Wiz was like being in a big school. My complexion was still a mess during the filming of the movie, so I found myself really enjoying the makeup. It was an amazing makeup job. Mine took 5 hours to do, 6 days a week. We didn't shoot on Sundays. We finally got it down to 4 hours flat after doing it long enough. The other people,
It took y'all 5 hours to do that, and then 3 minutes to find out Reese's Pieces cup freaking thing they put on Michael's nose. I still can't get over that, bro. Like, what was that, bro? But nah, they did a good job with that, though.
who were being made up were amazed that I didn't mind sitting there having this done for such long periods of time. They hated it, but I enjoyed having the stuff put on my face. When I was transformed into the Scarecrow, it was the most wonderful thing in the world. I got to be somebody else and escape through my character. Kids would come visit the set, and I'd have such fun playing with them and responding to them as the Scarecrow. I'd always pictured myself doing something very elegant in the movies, but it was my experience with the makeup and costume and prop people in New York that made me realize another aspect of how wonderful filmmaking could be. I had always loved the Charlie Chaplin movies, and no one ever saw him doing anything overtly elegant in the silent movie days. I wanted something of the quality of his characters in my Scarecrow. I loved everything about the costume, from the coil legs to the tomato nose to the fright wig. I even kept the orange and white sweater that came with it and used it in a picture session years later. The film had marvelous, very complicated dance numbers, and learning them was no problem. But that in itself became an unexpected problem with my co-stars. Ever since I was a very little boy, I've been able to watch somebody do a dance step and then immediately know how to do it. Another person might have to be taken through the movement step by step and told to count and put this leg here and the hip to the right. When your hip goes to the left, put your neck over there, that sort of thing. But if I see it, I can do it. When we were doing The Wiz, I was being instructed in the choreography, along with my co-stars, the Tin Man, the Lion, and Diana Ross. and they were getting mad at me. I couldn't figure out what was wrong until Diana took me aside and told me that I was embarrassing her. I just stared at her. Embarrassing Diana Ross? Me? She said she knew I wasn't aware of it, but I was learning the dances much too quickly. It was embarrassing for her and the others who just couldn't learn steps as soon as they saw the
Girl,
choreography.
hold on, no. My stream might get shut down again. What you mean I'm embarrassing you? I am Michael Joseph Jackson. I'm one of the greatest entertainers at age, what is 78? So at age 20 or 19, I'm one of the best entertainers in the world. I'm embarrassing you, bruh? You? Are you kidding me right now? Have you not seen me? I've been on stage since age 5. What do you expect me to do? Embarrassing you? Diana. See, I'm trying to play nice. I let Jermaine go this stream. I'm trying to be nice. Come on, Diana. Diana! Diana! Yeah, come on! Come on now. Diana Ross. Diana Ross. Come on, Diana. Another loser. Oh my gosh.
Do them. She said he'd show us something and I'd just go out there and do it. When he asked the others to do it, it took them longer to learn. We laughed about it, but I tried to make the ease with which I learned my steps less obvious. I also learned that there could be a slightly vicious side to the business of making a movie. Often when I was in front of the camera trying to do a serious scene, one of the other characters would start making faces at me, trying to crack me up. I had always been drilled in serious professionalism and preparedness, and therefore I thought it was a pretty mean thing to do. This actor would know that I had important lines to say that day, yet he would make these really crazy faces to distract me. I felt it was more than inconsiderate and unfair. Much later, Marlon Brando would tell me that people used to do that to him all the time. The problems on the set were really
Okay, so let's try to bring this. Okay, let's try to figure this out, y'all. Who do you think it was? Because there's only other three. It can only be 3 people that this could have been. I I don't think it would be Diana because like what would be the point? I don't think Diana would do that because I'm like for what like. But then again, that does sound like something Diana might do though. Yeah, he was very mad at this. Yeah, that's what I keep thinking. I keep thinking it's Nipsey. I because Nipsey is a natural comedian. I want to say it was Nipsey because the other actor that played the Scarecrow, I think, is an esteemed actor, and so I think it had to be Nipsey, right? I don't see Ted Ross played the no, yeah, Ted Ross played the lion, and I don't see him doing that. Like it had to be Nipsey, y'all. I'm calling it right now. I think if it was Diana, he would have been more gentle with it because he knows Diana, and he would have been like, "Oh, Diana was trying to make fun." Da, 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 da. Like the fact that he didn't say Diana, I don't think it's Diana. So it's either the lion or the Tin Man, and I'm going with Nipsey. I'm calling it right now. I think it was Nipsey, yo. Yeah, I feel it's Nipsey, bro. I'm calling it.
few and far between, and it was great working with Diana so closely. She's such a beautiful, talented woman.
Bet she
Doing
is.
this movie together was very special for me. I love her very much. I have always loved her very much. The whole whiz period was a time of stress and anxiety, even though I was enjoying myself. I remember July 4th of that year very well because I was on the beach at my brother Jermaine's house, about half a block away along the waterfront. I was messing around in the surf, and all of a sudden I couldn't breathe. No air, nothing.
Mm.
I asked myself, what's wrong? I tried not to panic, but I ran back to the house to find Germaine, who took me to the hospital. It was wild. A blood vessel had burst in my lung.
Oh my
It has
God.
never reoccurred, although I used to feel little pinches and jerks in there that were probably my imagination. I later learned that this condition was related to pleurisy. It was suggested by my doctor that I try to take things a little slower, but my schedule would not permit it. Hard work continued to be the name of the game. As much as I liked the old Wizard of Oz, this new script, which differed from the Broadway production in scope rather than spirit, asked more questions than the original movie and answered them too. The
So we really just gonna bypass that you had a blood vessel pop in your lung, bro? Like we're just gonna bypass that? So is that different from? 'Cause I thought he was gonna talk about a story to where he's almost drowned and Jermaine had to save him. Is that not the same story? But that's crazy. Like Michael could have been out of here. Wow, I did not know that. Yo, like Michael had a lot of near death experiences. The drowning, the blood vessel, the fire, bro. Man, God was looking over Michael for a long time, dog. Yeesh.
atmosphere of the old movie was that of a Magic Kingdom sort of fairy tale. Our movie, on the other
Okay.
hand, had sets based on realities that kids could identify with, like schoolyards, subway stations, and the real neighborhood that our Dorothy came from. I still enjoy seeing The Wiz and reliving the experience. I am especially fond of the scene where Diana asks, "What am I afraid of? Don't know what I'm made of." Because I've felt that way many times, even during the good moments of my life. She sings about overcoming fear and walking straight and tall. She knows, and the audience knows, that no threat of danger can hold her back. My character had plenty to say and to learn. I was propped up on my pole with a bunch of crows laughing at me while I sang "You Can't Win." The song was about humiliation and helplessness, something that so many people have felt at one time or another, and the feeling that there are people out there who don't actively hold you back as much as they work quietly on your insecurities so that you hold yourself back. The script was clever and showed me pulling bits of information and quotations out of my straw while not really knowing how to use them. My straw contained all the answers, but I didn't know the questions. The great difference between the two Wizard movies was that all the answers are given to Dorothy by the Good Witch and by her friends in Oz in the original, while in our version Dorothy comes to her own conclusions. Her loyalty to her three friends and her courage in fighting Elvina in that amazing sweatshop scene make Dorothy a memorable character. Diana's singing and dancing and acting have stayed with me ever since. She was a perfect Dorothy. After the evil witch had been defeated, the sheer joy of our dancing took over. To dance with Diana in that movie was like an abridged version of my own story. My knock-kneed walk and Bigfoot spin were me in my early days. Our tabletop dance in the sweatshop scene was where we were right then. Everything was onward and upward. When I told my brothers and father I had gotten this part, they thought it might be too much for me, but the opposite was true. The Wiz gave me new inspiration and strength. The question became what to do with those things. How could I best harness them? As I was asking myself what I wanted to do next, another man and I were traveling parallel paths that would converge on the set of The Wiz. We were in Brooklyn rehearsing one day, and we were reading our parts out loud to one another. I had thought that learning lines would be the most difficult thing I'd ever do, but I was pleasantly surprised. Everyone had been kind, assuring me that it was easier than I thought, and it was. We were doing the crows.
Like no lie, I'm not even trying to throw shade at Diana. Stephanie should have got that role. I think she would have fitted more perfectly. I think she should have got that role. I think she would have fitted better, in my opinion. But you know,
Scene that day. The other guys wouldn't even have their heads visible in this scene because they'd be in crow costumes. They seemed to know their parts backward and forward. I'd studied mine too, but I hadn't said them aloud more than once or twice. The directions called for me to pull a piece of paper from my straw and read it. It was a quote. The author's name, Socrates, was printed at the end. I had read Socrates, but I had
Socrates.
never pronounced his name, so I said Socrates, because that's the way I had always assumed it was pronounced. There was a moment's silence before I heard someone whisper, Socrates. I looked over at this man I vaguely recognized. He was not one of the actors, but he seemed to belong there. I remember thinking he looked very self-confident and had a friendly face. I smiled, a little embarrassed at having mispronounced the name, and thanked him for his help. His face was naggingly familiar, and I was suddenly sure that I had met him before. He confirmed my suspicions by extending his hand. Quincy Jones, I'm doing the score.
Oh, well, that's the end of chapter 3. No, I gotta go back to it. What do you call it? Like Socrates? Hold on, go back. Hold on. What do you call it? Hold on.
Before I heard someone whisper, read it. It was a quote. The author's name, Socrates, was printed at the end. I had read Socrates, but I had never pronounced his name, so I said Socrates.
Socrates? Bruh, come on, Michael. I know you like cook food, but come on, dog. Socrates? Oh, chapter 4 is only like 33 minutes. If internet holds up, you know what? We can get through this. 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 All right, chapter 4. Me and Q. Let's go. It would help if I put the volume up. There you go.
Chapter 4. Me and Q. I had actually first met Quincy Jones in Los Angeles when I was about 12 years old. Quincy later told me that at the time Sammy Davis Jr. had said to him, "This kid is going to be the next biggest thing since sliced bread." Something like that anyway. And Quincy said, "Oh yeah, I was little at the time, but I vaguely remembered Sammy Davis introducing me to Q. Our friendship really began to blossom on the set of The Wiz, and it developed into a father and son relationship. After The Wiz, I called him and said, 'Look, I'm going to do an album. Do you think you could recommend some producers?' I wasn't hinting. My question was a naive but honest one. We talked about music for a while, and after coming up with some names and some half-hearted hemming and hawing, he said, 'Why don't you let me do it?' I really hadn't thought of it. It sounded to him as if I was hinting, but I wasn't. I just didn't think he would be that interested in my music. So I stammered something like, 'Oh, sure, great idea. I never thought about that.' Quincy still kids me about it. Anyway, we immediately began to plan the album that became Off the Wall. My brothers and I decided to form our own production company, and we began thinking about names to call it. You don't find many articles about peacocks in the newspaper, but around this time I found the only one that mattered. I had always thought peacocks were beautiful and had admired one that Berry Gordy had at one of his homes. So when I read the article, which had an accompanying picture of a peacock and revealed a great deal about the bird's characteristics, I was excited. I thought I might have found the image we were looking for. It was an in-depth piece, a little dry in places, but interesting. The writer said that the peacock's full plumage would explode only when it was in love, and then all the colors would shine, all the colors of the rainbow on one body. I was immediately taken with that beautiful image and the meaning behind it. That bird's plumage conveyed the message I was looking for to explain the Jacksons and our intense devotion to one another, as well as our multifaceted interests. My brothers liked the idea, so we called our new company Peacock Productions to sidestep the trap of relying too heavily on the Jackson name. Our first world tour had focused our interest in uniting people.
So, hold up. So you'll call your production Peacock Productions. So when was the television? Isn't that NBC? When did that start? Like, has it already? When did? Hold on. When did NBC call themselves Peacock? So it was never officially called Peacock in terms of Peacock Network. It's the name around. It's introduced in 1986 by Peacock. Okay. I was just curious. So that's been a thing. Okay. All right. I was just curious. But well, I thought he was about to say, "Yo, we about to name the album Peacock." I'm like, "What?"
People of all races through music. Some people we knew wondered what we meant when we talked about uniting all the races through music. After all, we were black musicians. Our answer was, music is colorblind. We saw that every night, especially in Europe and the other parts of the world we had visited. The people we met there loved our music. It didn't matter to them what color our skin was or which country we called home.
Mm-hmm.
We wanted to form our own production company because we wanted to grow and establish ourselves as a new presence in the music world, not just as singers and dancers, but as writers, composers, arrangers, producers, and even publishers. We were interested in so many things, and we needed an umbrella company to keep track of our projects. CBS had agreed to let us produce our own album. The last two albums had sold well, but Different Kind of Lady showed a potential that they agreed was worth letting us develop. They did have one condition for us. They assigned an A&R man, Bobby Colomby, who used to be with Blood, Sweat, and Tears, to check in with us from time to time, to see how we were doing and to see if we needed any help. We knew that the five of us needed some outside musicians to get the best possible sound, and we were weak in two areas, the keyboard and arranging sides of things. We had been faithfully adding all the new technology to our Encino studio without really having a mastery of it. Greg Fillinganes was young for a studio pro, but that was a plus as far as we were concerned because we wanted someone who would be more open to newer ways of doing things than the seasoned veterans we had encountered over the years. He came to Encino to do pre-production work, and we all took turns surprising each other. Our mutual preconceptions just dissolved. It was a great thing to watch. As we sketched out our new songs for him, we told him that we'd like the vocal tracks that Philly International always put a premium on, but when the mix came out, we always seemed to be fighting someone else's wall of sound, all those strings and cymbals. We wanted to sound cleaner and more funky, with a flintier bass and sharper horn parts. With his beautiful rhythm arrangements, Greg put into musical form what we were sketching for him and then some. We felt he was reading our minds. A Bobby Colomby recruit who came to work with us then was Paulino da Costa, whom we worried about because it seemed to us that Randy was being told he couldn't handle all the percussion by himself. But Paulino brought with him the Brazilian samba tradition of adapting and improvising on primitive and often homemade instruments. When da Costa's sound joined forces with Randy's more conventional approach, we seemed to have the whole world covered. Artistically speaking, we were caught between a rock and a hard place. We had worked with the smartest, hippest people in the world at Motown and Philly International, and we would have been fools to discount the things we'd absorbed from them, yet we couldn't be imitators. Fortunately, we got a running start with a song that Bobby Colomby brought us called Blame It on the Boogie. It was an up-tempo, finger-poppin' time song that was a good vehicle for the band approach we wanted to cultivate. I had fun slurring the chorus. Blame it on the boogie could be sung in one breath without putting my lips together. We had a little fun with the credits on the inner sleeve of the record. Blame It on the Boogie was written by three guys from England, including one named Michael Jackson. It was a startling coincidence. As it turned out, writing disco songs was a natural for me because I was used to having dance breaks incorporated into all the major songs I was asked to sing. There was a lot of uncertainty and excitement about our future. We were going through a lot of creative and personal changes, our music, the family of dynamics, our desires and goals. All of this made me think more seriously about how I was spending my life, especially in relation to other people my age. I had always shouldered a lot of responsibility, but it suddenly seemed that everyone wanted a piece of me. There wasn't that much to go around, and I needed to be responsible to myself. I had to take stock of my life and figure out what people wanted from me and to whom I was going to give wholly. It was a hard thing for me to do, but I had to learn to be wary of some of the people around me. God was at the top of my list of priorities, and my mother and father and brothers and sisters followed. I was reminded of that old song by Clarence Carter called Patches, where the oldest son is asked to take care of the farm after his father dies, and his mother tells him she's depending on him. Well, we weren't sharecroppers, and I wasn't the oldest, but those were slim shoulders on which to place such burdens. For some reason, I always found it very difficult to say no to my family and the other people I loved. I would be asked to do something or take care of something, and I would agree, even if I worried that it might be more than I could handle. I felt under a great deal of stress, and I was often emotional. Stress can be a terrible thing. You can't keep your emotions bottled up for long. There were a lot of people at this time who wondered just how committed I was to music after learning of my newfound interest in movies after being in one. It was hinted that my decision to audition had come at a bad time for the new band setup. It seemed
like poor Boogie. Like, damn it, Boogie. Mm-mm-mm. Boogie deserved better, man.
outsiders to come just as we were about to get started, but of course it worked out just fine. That's what you get for being polite, was my way of letting on that I knew I wasn't living in an ivory tower and that I had insecurities and doubts just as all older teenagers do. I was worried that the world and all it had to offer could be passing me by even as I tried to get on top of my field.
Hmm.
There was a Gamble and Huff song called Dreamer on the first Epic album which had this theme, and as I was learning it I felt they could have written it with me in mind. I have always been a dreamer. I set goals for myself. I look at things and try to imagine what is possible and then hope to surpass those boundaries. In 1979, I turned 21 years old and began to take full control of my career. My father's personal management contract with me ran out around this time, and although it was a hard decision, the contract was not renewed. Trying to fire your dad is not easy. But I just didn't like the way certain things were being handled. Mixing family and business can be a delicate situation.
Yeah.
It can be great or it can be awful.
Yeah.
It depends on the relationships. Even at the best of times, it's a hard thing to do. Did it change the relationship between me and my father? I don't know if it did in his heart, but it certainly didn't in mine. It was a move I knew I had to make because at the time I was beginning to feel that I was working for him rather than that he was working for me.
Shout out to the actor. I forget the name of the actor, but Joe Jackson in the American Dream movie. Yo, that boy was crying like a little biatch. Like he had a nerve to blame it on the record company. Like, they still my boys away from me. They still the boys away from me, Katie. Like, no, they're getting grown and old. They don't want to be managed by you the rest of their lives. They want to have their own say in their lives, bro. Like, what? I know, like, he tried, like, it was a hard decision to make. It was easy, Michael. Stop it. As soon as the contract ran out, you ran out of there. You moonwalked out of there, bro. What you talking about? Like, even here, he's still giving his father grace. Like, jeez.
And on the creative side, we are of two completely different minds. He would come up with ideas that I would totally disagree with because they weren't right for me. All I wanted was control over my life, and I took it. I had to do it. Everyone comes to that point sooner or later, and I had been in the business for a long time. I was pretty experienced for 21, a 15-year veteran. We were eager to take the Destiny band and concept on the road, but I got hoarse from too many shows, too much singing. When we had to cancel some performances, no one held it against me, but I felt as if I was holding my brothers back after the great job they had done while we worked together to get us all back on track. We made some makeshift adjustments in order to ease the strain on my throat. Marlon took over for me in some passages that required holding long notes. Shake You Body, Down to the Ground, our set piece on the album, turned out to be a lifesaver for us on stage because we already had a good jam in the studio to build on. It was frustrating to have finally realized our dream of having our own music as the showpiece rather than the novelty song, and not being able to give it our very best shot. It wasn't long, however, before our time would come. In looking back, I realized I was more patient than perhaps my brothers wanted me to be. As we were remixing Destiny, it occurred to me that we had left out some things that I hadn't talked to my brothers about because I wasn't sure they'd be as interested in them as I was. Epic had arranged in the contract that they would handle any solo album I might decide to do. Perhaps they were hedging their bets. If the Jacksons couldn't make their new sound work, they could try to turn me into something they could mold for the rest of my life. That might seem like a suspicious way of thinking, but I knew from experience that money people always want to know what is going on and what can happen and how to recoup their investment. It seemed logical for them to think that way. In the light of what's happened since, I wonder about those thoughts I had, but they were real at the time. Destiny was our biggest success as an album, and we knew we had really reached the point where people bought your record because they knew you were good and knew you'd give them your very best on every song and every album. I wanted my first solo album to be the best it could be. I didn't want Off the Wall to sound like outtakes from Destiny. That's why I wanted to hire an outside producer who wouldn't come to this project with any preconceived notions about how it should sound. I also needed someone with a good ear to help me choose material because I didn't have enough time to write two sides of songs I'd be proud of. I knew the public expected more than two good singles on an album, especially in the discos with their extended cuts, and I wanted the fans to feel satisfied. These are all reasons why Quincy.
Yeah, I love that Michael was um, smart enough to realize one, I gotta get away from my father. Two, if I'm gonna do a solo project, I need a whole different producer to give me a whole different sound because I need to make this album my own. It's not Motown. It's not Epic. It's my sound. I love that he was that courageous as well as that aggressive and really a leader in that. Um, it's really interesting that as much as Quincy, there's some things we can say about Quincy. Like Quincy, I think was a perfect match for Michael. Like he was a perfect duet for him in terms of producing. That's dope. And to think that we might not have gotten that if he didn't do the Wiz. Like it's just amazing how things kind of work out like that. Like who knows if he never does the Wiz, who knows what he would have had as his producer.
Proved to be the best producer I could have asked for. Quincy Jones's friends called him Q for short because of a love he has for barbecue. Later, after we'd finished Off the Wall, he invited me to a concert of his orchestral music at the Hollywood Bowl, but I was so shy at the time that I stood in the wings to watch the show as I had as a child. He said he expected more from me than that, and we've been trying to live up to each other's standards ever since. That day I called to ask his advice about a producer. He started talking about people in the business who I could work with and who I'd have trouble with. He knew track records, who was booked, who'd be too lax, who'd put the pedal to the metal. He knew Los Angeles better than Mayor Bradley, and that's how he kept up with what was going on. As a jazz arranger, orchestrator, and film composer, someone people thought was on the outside looking in, as far as pop music was concerned, he was an invaluable guide. I was so glad that my outside source was a good friend who also happened to be the perfect choice for a producer. He had a world of talent to choose from among his contacts, and he was a good listener, as well as a brilliant man. The Off the Wall album was originally going to be called Girlfriend.
What?
Paul and Linda
Ho
McCartney
ho ho
wrote a
ho ho
song.
hey ho. What? You originally was to call your first album, solo album, Girlfriend? Dog. As much as that's yeah, that's I don't think that's a good idea at all. Like that's not a good idea at all. Like it's nothing magical or nothing like enigmatic about that. Like call your album Girlfriend? Like, huh? Especially if Girlfriend was going to be like, imagine Girlfriend being like the lead single. Like it's a solid song, but Girlfriend though? Like Girlfriend? You might as well just call it I Can't Help It. Like if you was gonna do that, oh, I'm gonna call my album I Can't Help It. Like that's just what? How have I never heard this? When Bad was gonna be called Smooth Criminal. Yo. Thriller was gonna be called Human Nature, I guess. Like what? Worst yo, it's the weakest song. Yo, Low Key's Girlfriend is the weakest song. That and Burn This not Burn This Disco Out. There's another song on there that I don't care for. But yeah. Worse than Starlight. Actually, I don't mind Starlight. I actually don't mind that. Get on the floor. No, it's I'll tell you right now. It's the Falling in Love. Yes, it's the Falling in Love. I cannot stand that song. It's one of the rare songs for Michael I literally cannot listen to. It just doesn't. It doesn't feel like Michael at all. Like I feel like somebody truly was AI and did that song. So, like what?
Of that title with me in mind before they ever met me. Paul McCartney always tells people this story about me calling him and saying we should write some hit songs together, but that's not exactly how we first met. I saw Paul for the first time at a party on the Queen Mary, which is docked in Long Beach. His daughter Heather got my number from someone and gave me a call to invite me to this big party. She liked our music and we got to talking. Much later, when his Wings Over America tour was completed, Paul and his family were in Los Angeles. They invited me to a party at the Harold Lloyd estate. Paul McCartney and I first met at that party. We shook hands amid a huge crowd of people, and he said, "You know, I've written a song for you." I was very surprised and thanked him, and he started singing Girlfriend to me at this party. So we exchanged phone numbers and promised to get together soon, but different projects in life just got in the way for both of us, and we didn't talk again for a couple of years. He ended up putting the song on his own album, London Town. The strangest thing happened when we were making Off the Wall. Quincy walked up to me one day and said, "Michael, I've got a..."
Yeah, I thought I was tripping. Like, that voice is getting higher and higher, bruh. But I want to see, because there's a demo. If you haven't got my Patreon, I can't. The state won't allow me to upload it on YouTube. Like, I've seen multiple reports. So, but go look up Michael Jackson Lost Memoirs, to where he talks about stuff like this. But there's a demo of what's the demo? I try to remember the demo now. There's a demo that's in there that I'm like, oh my God, I didn't know this existed. Hold on, what was on? It's not Girlfriend. What's the song they did together? It's Say, Say, Say. I think there's a Say, Say, Say demo. Can I get away with... I might be able to get away with listening to this. So we're going to listen to that Say, Say, Say demo at the end. And then the stream shuts down, it shuts down. But yeah. Say, say, say what you want, but don't play games with my affection. No, I do love Get On the Floor. That definitely could have been the album title too, though. Say, say, say what you need. Yo, that Memoirs, he was definitely, he was spicy in that joint. He was spicy. Love the way you shake that thing, girl, especially. All right, let me chill. Get up.
Song that's perfect for you. He played Girlfriend for me, not realizing, of course, that Paul had written it for me originally. When I told him, he was astonished and pleased. We recorded it soon after and put it on the album. It was an incredible coincidence. Quincy and I talked about Off the Wall and carefully planned the kind of sound we wanted. When he asked me what I most wanted to have happen in the studio, I told him, "We've got to make it sound different from the Jacksons. Hard words to spit out, considering how hard we'd worked to become the Jacksons." But Quincy knew what I meant, and together we created an album that reflected our goal. Rock With You, the big hit single, was the sort of thing I was aiming for. It was perfect for me to sing and move to. Rod Temperton, whom Quincy had known because of his work with the group Heatwave on Boogie Nights, had written the song with a more relentless get-down arrangement in mind, but Quincy softened the attack and slipped in a synthesizer that sounded like a conch shell's insides on a beach.
No, wait.
Q and I were both...
Oh my God, yeah. Where did he say that? I like to be a pimp. I forget. Oh, I think he said in a movie, I would like to be a pimp or something like that. Yeah, you gotta check the Memoirs, bro. Go check out my Patreon. Like, he was like, I would like to be a pimp. Bruh, nah. That interview is crazy.
Very fond of Rod's work, and we eventually asked him to work on stylizing 3 of his songs for me, including the title cut. Rod was a kindred spirit in many ways. Like me, he felt more at home singing and writing about the nightlife than actually going out and living it. It always surprises me when people assume that something an artist has created is based on a true experience or reflects his or her own lifestyle. Often nothing could be farther from the truth. I know I draw on my own experiences at times, but I also hear and read things that trigger an idea for a song. An artist's imagination is his greatest tool. It can create a mood or feeling that people want to have, as well as transport you to a different place altogether. In the studio, Quincy allowed the arrangers and musicians quite a bit of freedom to express themselves, perhaps with the exception of the orchestral arrangements, which are his forte. I brought Greg Fillinganes, a member of the Destiny team, over to run the floor on numbers that he and I had worked...
Hold up. Let me see if I can put it in here. in chat. I want to say, did I make this free? I made this free. Hold on, let me see. Is this a free version? I think this is free, so you don't even have to. Yeah, it's public, so you don't even have to subscribe to the Patreon. But definitely go check out Michael Jackson's memoirs, The Lost Tapes. It's a very great listen. Like he goes over a lot. What he's going over here in the audiobook or the book is where they derived a lot of the stories from. So definitely go check that out, bro. So it's a treat for those that want to re-listen to him, be unfiltered. He really says a lot of things that you would not expect him to say. Yeah. He's way more open and relaxed. So I don't know. Does that link work? I'll put it on my community tab too. But yeah, definitely go check that out.
On together in Encino while the studio people were being lined up for the date. In addition to Greg, Paulinho da Costa was back on percussion, and Randy made a cameo appearance on Don't Stop Till You Get Enough. Quincy is amazing and doesn't just pick yes men to do his bidding. I have been around professionals all my life, and I can tell who is trying to keep up, who can create, and who is capable of crossing swords once in a while in a constructive way without losing sight of the shared goal. We had Louis Thunder Thumbs Johnson, who had worked with Quincy on the Brothers Johnson albums. We also had an all-star team of Wah Wah Watson, Marlo Henderson, David Williams, and Larry Carlton from the Crusaders playing guitar on the album. George Duke, Phil Upchurch, and Richard Heath were picked from the cream of the jazz funk crop, and yet they never let on that maybe this music was a little different from what they were used to. Quincy and I had a good working relationship, so we shared responsibilities and consulted with one another constantly. The Brothers Johnson notwithstanding, Quincy hadn't done much dance music before Off the Wall, so on Don't Stop Till You Get Enough, Working Day and Night, and Get on the Floor, Greg and I worked together to build a thicker wall of sound in Quincy's studio. Get on the Floor, though it wasn't a single, was particularly satisfying because Louis Johnson gave me a smooth enough bottom to ride in the verses and let me come back stronger and stronger with each chorus. Bruce Swedian, Quincy's engineer, put the final touches on that mix, and I still get pleasure out of hearing it.
Bruce!
Working Day and Night was Paulino's showcase, with my background vocals hurrying to keep up with his grab bag of toys. Greg set up a prepared electric piano with the timbre of a perfect acoustic tone to knock out any lingering echo. The lyrical theme was similar to The Things I Do for You from Destiny, but since this was a refinement of something I'd said earlier, I wanted to keep it simple and let the music put the song over the top. Don't Stop Till You Get Enough had a spoken intro over bass, partly to build up tension and surprise people with the swirling strings and percussion. It was also unusual because of my vocal arrangement. On that cut, I sing in overdubs as a kind of group. I wrote myself a high part, one that my solo voice couldn't carry on its own to fit in with the music I was hearing in my head, so I let the arrangement take over from the singing. Hugh's fade at the end was amazing, with guitars chopping like calimbas, the African thumb pianos. That song means a lot to me because it was the first song I wrote as a whole. Don't Stop Till You Get Enough was my first big chance, and it went straight to #1. It was the song that won me my first Grammy.
So wait, you telling me that Michael wanted to sing higher than he already did? Hold on, run that back. Are you telling me that he actually wanted to sing higher than what he did?
It was also unusual because of my vocal arrangement. On that cut, I sing in overdubs as a kind of group. I wrote myself a high part, one that my solo voice couldn't carry on its own to fit in with the music I was hearing in my head, so I let the arrangement take over from the singing. Hugh's fade at the end was amazing, with guitars chopping like calimbas, the African thumb pianos. That song means a lot to me because it was the first song I wrote as a whole. Don't Stop Till You Get Enough was my first big chance, and it went straight to #1.
Yeah.
It was the song that won me my first Grammy.
Yeah.
Quincy had the confidence in me to encourage me to go into the studio by myself, which put icing on the cake. The ballads were what made Off the Wall a Michael Jackson album. I'd done ballads with the brothers, but they had never been too enthusiastic about them and did them more as a concession to me than anything else. Off the Wall had, in addition to Girlfriend, a slippery, engaging melody called I Can't Help It, which was memorable and great fun to sing, but a little quirkier than a gentle song like, say, Rock With You. Two of the biggest hits were Off the Wall and Rock With You. You know, so much up-tempo dance music is threatening, but I like the coaxing, the gentleness, taking a shy girl and letting her shed her fears rather than forcing them out of her. On Off the Wall, I went back to a high-pitched voice, but Rock With You called for a more natural sound. I felt that if you were having a party, those two songs would get people in the door, and the harder boogie songs would send everyone home in a good mood. And then there was She's Out of My Life. Maybe that was too personal for a party. It was for me. Sometimes it's hard for me to look my dates in the eye, even if I know them well. My dating and relationships with girls have not had the happy ending I've been looking for. Something always seems to get in the way. The things I share with millions of people aren't the sort of things you share with one. Many girls want to know what makes me tick, why I live the way I live, or do the things I do, trying to get inside my head. They want to rescue me from loneliness, but they do it in such a way that they give me the impression they want to share my loneliness, which I wouldn't wish on anybody because I believe I'm one of the loneliest people in the world. She's out of my life.
I don't know. I don't know if I know what that means. They want to share my loneliness. What does that mean? They want to share my loneliness. Run that back. I don't know if I know what that means.
Relationships with girls have not had the happy ending I've been looking for. Something always seems to get in the way. The things I share with millions of people aren't the sort of things you share with one. Many girls want to know what makes me tick, why I live the way I live, or do the things I do, trying to get inside my
Doggone
head.
lover.
They want to rescue me from loneliness, but they do it in such a way that they give me the impression they want to share my loneliness, which I wouldn't wish on anybody because I believe I'm one of the loneliest people in the world. She's Out of My Life is about knowing that the barriers that have separated me from others are temptingly.
I guess he just means he wants them to be, wants Michael to be more vulnerable and comfortable with his loneliness. But he's like, I wouldn't wish that amongst anybody. Yeah, it sounds like it sounds like Stranger in Moscow, basically. How does it feel? Yeah, when you're alone, it's cold inside. Yeah.
Low and seemingly easy to jump over, and yet they remain standing while what I really desire disappears from my sight. Tom Baller composed a beautiful bridge, which seemed right out of an old Broadway musical. In reality, such problems are not so easily resolved, and the song presents this fact that the problem is not overcome. We couldn't put this cut at the beginning or the end of the record because it would have been such a downer. That's why when Stevie's song comes on afterwards, so gently and tentatively, as if it was opening a door that had been bolted shut, I still go, woo. By the time Rob's Burn This Disco Out closes the record, the trance is broken. But I got too wrapped up in She's Out of My Life. In this case, the story's true. I cried at the end of a take because the words suddenly had such a strong effect on me. I had been letting so much build up inside me. I was 21 years old, and I was so rich in some experiences while being poor in moments of true joy. Wow. Sometimes I imagine that my life experience is like an image in one of those trick mirrors in the circus, fat in one part and thin to the point of disappearing in another. I was worried that would show up on She's Out of My Life, but if it touched people's heartstrings, knowing that would make me feel less lonely. When I got emotional after that take, the only people with me were Q and Bruce Swedian. I remember burying my face in my hands and hearing only the hum of the machinery as my sobs echoed in the room. Later I apologized, but they said there was no need.
Now, if that was later, Michael, they probably would have kept that in. All you hear is just Michael crying in the background. Like you would have heard that in the background. Like, I wish they would have low key kept that in though. Like Michael, bro, like man, Michael, like yo, people just want to love on you, Mike. Like, man.
Off the Wall was one of the most difficult periods of my life, despite the eventual success it enjoyed. I had very few close friends at the time and felt very isolated. I was so lonely that I used to walk through my neighborhood hoping I'd run into somebody I could talk to and perhaps become friends with. I wanted to meet people who didn't know who I was. I wanted to run into somebody who would be my friend because they liked me and needed a friend too, not because I was who I am. I wanted to meet anybody in the neighborhood kids, anybody. Success definitely brings on loneliness. It's true. People think you're lucky that you have everything. They think you can go anywhere and do anything, but that's not the point. One hungers for the basic stuff. I've learned to cope better with these things now, and I don't get nearly as depressed as I used to. I didn't really have any girlfriends when I was in school. There were girls I thought were cute, but I found it so difficult to approach them. I was too embarrassed. I don't know why. It was just crazy. There was one girl who was a good friend to me. I liked her, but I was too embarrassed to tell her. My first real date was with Tatum O'Neal. We met at a club on Sunset Strip called On the Rocks. We exchanged phone numbers and called each other often. I talked to her for hours, from the road, from the studio, from home. On our first date, we went to a party at Hugh Hefner's Playboy Mansion and had a great time. She had held my hand for the first time that night at On the Rocks. When we met, I was sitting at this table, and all of a sudden I felt this soft hand reach over and grab mine. It was Tatum. This probably wouldn't mean a lot to other people, but it was serious stuff to me. She touched me. That's how I felt about it. In the past, girls had always touched me on tour, grabbing at me and screaming behind a wall of security guards. But this was different. This was one-on-one, and that's always the best.
One-on-one, one-on-one.
Our developed into a real close relationship. I fell in love with her, and she with me, and we were very close for a long time. Eventually, the relationship transcended into a good friendship. We still talk now and then, and I guess you'd have to say she was my first love after Diana. When I heard Diana Ross was getting married, I was happy for her because I knew it would make her very joyous. Still, it was hard for me because I had to walk around pretending to be overwhelmed that Diana was getting married to this man I'd never met. I wanted her to be happy, but I have to admit that I was a bit hurt and a little jealous because I've always loved Diana and always will. Another love was Brooke Shields.
Whoop.
We were romantically serious for a while. There have been a lot of wonderful women in my life, women whose names wouldn't mean anything to the readers of this book, and it would be unfair to discuss them because they are not celebrities and are unaccustomed to having their names in print. I value my privacy, and therefore I respect theirs as well. Liza Minnelli is a person whose friendship I'll always cherish.
So we're just gonna just gloss over Brooke Shields? I thought he was gonna go more in depth. All right, bro.
My show business sister. We get together and talk about the business. It comes out of our pores. We both eat, sleep, and drink various moves and songs and dance. We have the best time together. I love her. Right after we finished Off the Wall, I plunged into making the Triumph album with my brothers. We wanted to combine the best of both albums for our tour. Can You Feel It was the first cut on the album, and it had the closest thing to a rock feel that the Jacksons had ever done. It wasn't really dance music either. We had it in mind for the video that opened our tour, kind of like our own Also Sprach Zarathustra, the 2001 theme. Jackie and I had thought of combining the band sound with the gospel children's choir feel. That was a nod, a gamble, and huff in a way because the song was a celebration of love taking over, cleansing the sins of the world. Randy's singing is so good, even if his range is not all he'd like it to be. His breathing and phrasing kept me pumped up on my toes when we sang it. There was a bright foghorn-type keyboard that I worked on for hours, going over it and over it again, until I got it the way I wanted it. We had 6 minutes, and I don't think it was 1 second too long. Lovely One was an extension of Shake Your Body Down to the Ground, with that lighter off-the-wall sound injected. I tried out a newer, more ethereal voice on Jackie's Your Ways, with the keyboards adding a faraway quality. Paulino brought out all the artillery, triangles, skulls, gongs. This song's about a strange girl who is the way she is, and there's nothing I can do about it other than enjoy it when I can. Everybody is more playful than the off-the-wall dance tunes, with Mike McKinney propelling it like a plane turning and bearing down. The background vocals suggest Get on the Floor's influence, but Quincy's sound is deeper, like you're in the eye of the storm. Our sound was more like going up the glass elevator to the top floor while looking down, rising effortlessly.
Yeah, I think what's funny is the Jackson sound is a lot more. I don't even know how you describe that. Like he said, like it's more lighter. Like meanwhile, Michael's solo projects is more. It's more. God, there's no way to explain this. I guess it's not deeper. I don't know how to explain it, but like it's more deeper. Like the sound, it's more deep. I don't know. Get down on the floor. Get down on the floor.
Time Waits for No One was written by
Oh,
Jackie and Randy with my voice and style in mind.
wow.
They knew they were trying to keep up with the off-the-wall songwriters, and they did a very good job. Give
Great
It Up
job.
gave everyone a chance to sing, Marlon in particular. We strayed from the band sound on those tracks, perhaps sinking back into that Philly trap of letting the arrangement overwhelm us. Walk Right Now and Wondering Who were closer to the Destiny sound, but for the most part, they were suffering from too many cooks and not enough broth. There was one exception, Heartbreak Hotel.
Woo.
I swear that was a phrase that came out of my head, and I wasn't thinking of any other song when I wrote it. The record company printed it on the cover as This Place Hotel because of the Elvis Presley connection. As important as he was to music, black as well as white, he just wasn't an influence on me. I guess he was too early for me. Maybe it was timing more than anything else. By the time our song had come out, people thought that if I kept living in seclusion the way I was, I might die the way he did. The parallels aren't there as far as I'm concerned, and I was never much for scare tactics. Still, the way Elvis destroyed himself interests me, because I don't ever want to walk those grounds myself. LaToya was asked to contribute the scream that opens the song, not the most auspicious start to a recording career, I'll admit. But she was just getting her feet wet in the studio. She has made some good records since and is quite accomplished. The scream was the kind that normally shatters a bad dream, but our intention was to have the dream only begin, to make the listener wonder whether it was a dream or reality. That was the effect I think we got. The three female backup singers were amused when they were doing the scary backup effects that I wanted until they actually heard them in the mix. Heartbreak Hotel was the most ambitious song I had composed. I think I worked on a number of levels. You could dance to it, sing along with it, get scared by
Yeah, for anybody to ever compare Elvis to Michael is goddamn blasphemous. Like, probably because Elvis is probably the out of I guess I want to say maybe James Brown, but I guess Elvis was like the probably the biggest star at that particular point ever. Um, Solo star anyway. So I guess a lot of people tried to compare him to Elvis. It's like, man, me and we're nothing alike. Nothing. I was not thinking about Elvis at all when I made Heartbreak Hotel at all. Like I wasn't thinking about him, and probably Elvis stole that from somebody anyway. So, but yo, he was low key mad about that. Like yo, like yeah, like what dance move? Like what did MJ copy from Elvis? Like nothing. Now Fred Astaire is a different story. Sammy Davis Jr., James Brown, okay, but he's taking over for no Elvis. Yeah, what you talking about? Because he stole from I mean, there's a whole video. I can. One day we're gonna do a reaction to that. There's like a whole video of him stealing from other people, bro.
it and just listen. I had to tack on a slow piano and cello coda that ended on a positive note to reassure the listener. There's no point in trying to scare someone if there isn't something to bring the person back safe and sound from where you've taken them. Heartbreak Hotel had revenge in it, and I am fascinated by the concept of revenge. It's something I can't understand. The idea of making someone pay for something they've done to you or that you imagine they've done to you is totally alien to me. The setup showed my own fears, and for the first time being helped quell them. There were so many sharks in this business looking for blood in the water. If this song and later Billie Jean seemed to cast women in an unfavorable light, it was not meant to be taken as a personal statement. Needless to say, I love the interaction between the sexes. It is a natural part of life, and I love women. I just think that when sex is used as a form of blackmail or power, it's a repugnant use of one of God's gifts, Triumph gave us that final burst of energy we needed to put together a perfect show with no marginal material. We began rehearsing with our touring band.
You said revenge is alienating to you, Mike, during the end? Like, really? I think here and there, Michael knew how to get back. Like, especially when it came to business practices. Like, he took Eminem's whole freaking catalog because Elvis had the nerve to try to make fun of him. Like, he knows the idea of revenge. Like, that's damn near the whole freaking history album is revenge for Loki. Now, he gets revenge. Like,
which included bass player Mike McKinney. David Williams would travel with us too, but he was now a permanent member of the band. The upcoming tour was going to be a big undertaking. We had special effects arranged for us by the great magician, Doug Henning. I wanted to disappear completely in a puff of smoke right after Don't Stop. He had to coordinate the special effects with the Showco people who controlled the whole setup. I was happy to talk with him while we walked through the routine. It seemed almost unfair for him to give me his secrets, and apart from the money, I wasn't offering him anything he could make use of in return. I felt a little embarrassed about that, yet I really wanted our show to be great, and I knew Henning's contribution would be spectacular. We were competing with bands like Earth, Wind and Fire and the Commodores for the position of top band in the country, and we knew there were people who felt that the Jackson brothers had been around for 10 years and were finished. I had worked hard on the concept for the set for the upcoming tour. It had the feel of Close Encounters behind it. I was trying to make the statement that there was life and meaning beyond space and time, and the peacock had burst forth ever brighter and ever prouder. I wanted our film to reflect this idea too. My pride in the rhythms, the technical advances, and the success of Off the Wall was offset by the jolt I got when the Grammy nominations were announced for 1979. Although Off the Wall had been one of the most popular records of the year, it received only one nomination, Best R&B Vocal Performance. I remember where I was when I got the news. I felt ignored by my peers and it hurt. People told me later that it surprised the industry too. I was disappointed, and then I got excited thinking about the album to come.
that's when that's when Michael should have knew that the industry viewed Michael differently than how the world did. That's when he should have knew. That fact that he got one nomination for Off the Wall, really? With songs like Off the Wall, Don't Stop Till You Get Enough, Rock With You, I Can't Help It, Get On the Floor, like, really? You should have knew then, like, yeah, they don't want me to be up there with the Beatles and Elvises, and they don't want me to be up there because they know I'm about to. They knew I'm about to be really up there with. I'm about to be in my own league. Like, nobody can touch me. Like, they already knew. They knew.
I said to myself, wait until next time, they won't be able to ignore the next album. I watched the ceremony on television, and it was nice to win my category, but I was still upset by what I perceived as the rejection of my peers. I just kept thinking, next time, next time. In many ways, an artist is his work. It's difficult to separate the two. I think I can be brutally objective about my work as I create it, and if something doesn't work, I can feel it. But when I turn in a finished album or song, you can be sure that I've given it every ounce of energy and God-given talent that I have. Off the Wall was well received by my fans, and I think that's why the Grammy nominations hurt. That experience lit a fire in my soul. All I could think of was the next album and what I would do with it. I wanted it to be truly great.
Oh, wow, that's it. Okay. Yeah, them Grammys were bugging like a motherfucker. Like, the same way, even though I know I did a post on my community page about Beyonce and Michael, the fact that Beyonce has the most Grammys ever, yet she only got one album of the year, yet Taylor Swift has 4, it's like, huh? Like, what? Did I lose everybody? Am I gone? Am my stream gone? Am I still here? Everybody still here? Then, did Beyonce try to get me out of here right now? Hold up. No, I think I'm still here. All right. Yeah, we about to be done anyway. We about to be out of here. Yeah, Grammys got even more shitty after the Thriller. Yeah, it was just the fact that like guys like Prince and everybody, like they weren't even getting proper acknowledgement. Put them in R&B category. Like I'm crying. Like yeah, just like yeah, like that's why we should put stock in like the Soul Train Awards and like the Source Awards, BET Awards, because like they don't know culture. Like they don't even understand it. Like they and if they do, they are deliberately trying to act like they don't because they don't want to give us too much recognition. Because somehow, like, giving us recognition would be like, oh my God, you're trying to say that they're better than, Elton John and, oh, like, bro, no, just the music is better. That's all. Like, bro, like, what? Like, I don't understand, like, what you're up in arms about. Let's see if I can find this. I think it was this? Yeah. Hold on. So, we're going to end. Oh, what the hell? We're going to end this stream like this with Michael Jackson, Paul McCartney, Say, demo. If a stream gets shut down, don't matter because I'm about to be out of here anyway. So, with that being said, let's go. You know what? I'm bugging. That's not the screen. Hold on. Where my screen at? Hold on. Why can't y'all hear that? Here we go.
Say what you want, but don't bring my impression. Take what you need, but don't leave me with no direction. 'Cause all alone, sitting home by the phone, waiting for you, baby. All this shit, how do you stand here? Be waiting for you, dear. You have me crying.
Facts. Yeah. Oh my God, I just love the realness of it.
Go where you want, but don't leave me here forever. But you stay away so long, girl. I see you never. It's plain to see, girl, that you're leaving me for some other, baby. So here's a tip for a souvenir. If it's not your tip, you know I'm crying. love.